As a child, you would wait and watch from far away, but you always knew that you'd be the one that would while they all play. And you'd lay awake at night and scheme of all the things that you would change, but it was just a dream. From dust. From dust.
We at the top again, now what? Below the crown, but count us higher than a mountain. And we be up here for the long run, strap in for a long one. We got everybody on one. Now you coming at the king, so you better not miss. And we only get stronger with everything I carry up on my back. You should paint it up with a target. Why would you dare me to do it again? Come get your spoiler, but we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, look at you loving my name. You ought to know by now that we're taking over. We're taking over. Hey, maybe you wonder what your future's gonna be, but I got it all locked up. Take a lap now, don't be mad now. Run it back, run it back. I got bodies lining up, think you're dreaming of greatness. Send you back home, let you wake up. Why would you dare me to do
在以后，除了是傻子，还有其他吗？我左右，键盘琵琶在时间滴答着，还不够。你的固执让我来守候，哪怕太迟也不想以后。就在这时放肆的打斗。I got the heart of a lion, I know the harder you climb, the harder you fall. I'm at the top of the mountain, too many bodies to count. I've been through it all. I had to weather the storm to get to the level I'm on. That's how the legend was born. All of my enemies already dead. I'm born, I'm ready for war. They know I'm ready for war. I told them we're taking over.
Got it all locked up.
Moving too fast, life is moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. I mean, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. And you force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the nine. Was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah, shutting it down. Been in the grind of my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing, go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 더운 날로 모든 배워 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You should quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on reclined. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprised. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run at a time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, The night beckons while you dream.
What's up? What's up? What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Hi, it's your boy Gurf here once again, your host, analyst, caster extraordinaire. I'm here to do it all with you tonight, but I can't do it entirely alone. On the bench with me tonight is going to be none other than the legendary Overcomer to be my co-caster this evening. Overcomer, how are you doing tonight, brother? He may be AFK right now. Anyways, while Overcomer's coming back, getting himself prepped up on his end there, I'm going to give you guys a quick little rundown of what to expect for tonight. Well, as you see, collared shirt is on. Therefore, it can only mean one thing. Of course, it's playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, we are kicking off tonight for LAS Premade, week 1 of playoffs, and tonight we are going to get to watch Mint versus LBK Chimera. So, it is going to be that best of 5. We have the, I believe, 3B seed going against 6A tonight, 3B being Mint, and 6A being LBK Chimeras. But anything can happen here in playoffs. We have seen these big turnarounds, these underdog stories from before. So it is definitely going to be a David versus Goliath story tonight, but we'll see if LBK Chimeras can come out on top. Mint have been looking extremely strong throughout their past few games that they've been replaying here, and definitely some of these players to keep an eye on in terms of playoff players. A lot of them, veteran players who have played across the leagues here, and it does show in experience, but you got to give the benefit of the doubt to Chimeras to bring out their best, their A game here tonight to take them into quarterfinals next week. Winner of the series is going to be up against Real Fight Gaming next week, RFG. So make sure to stick around tonight to see who is going to be advancing next week into those quarters. There's also many other series being played tonight, but I do believe we have our co-caster with us right now. How you doing, Overcomer?
I'm doing good. I just had to take care of a few things there, but I'm definitely looking forward to tonight's matchup. As as dominant as Mint has been seeing, I guess playoffs is one of those things where it's like you can't count the underdogs out. There's a lot of upsets usually come by playoffs. So
That is indeed very, very true. I mean, we could go back a couple splits to the fall LAS Premade split where the old winter boost train came in strong, and that was honestly a very,
yep,
very exciting series to watch as they clawed their way in as that sixth place seed, just barely making it in on another team winning, but they ended up in finals. So honestly, you really never know. I do want to bring attention to that point though, because on that Winter Boost squad, there is someone playing tonight, and that is none other than 240B, aka Jake. So this is a very, very good player, and we're going to just have to get lined up here and definitely keep our eyes on a few of these big names that are going to be out on the Rift tonight. So I'm very excited to see who's going to be advancing next week into Real Fight Gaming, but we are just getting ready right about now. Players are just lining up. We're just going to make sure everyone is here, and then I will give them the ready check. But Overcomer, thoughts about our series tonight?
I mean, I thought going into this is you're against Mint. I say this is you're on LBK right now. You're against Mint, who has a full powerhouse team. You have Killua, you have Hero 39, and some of these other big names. That's like they've proven that you could ban them 5 times, they'll pull out a sixth champion and still be just as dominant. So you've really got to pick and choose what you want to prioritize when you're going into these matches. But at the same time, I know that these teams are also not just like, hey, we're the top seed, so Mint can't just be like, hey, LBK, we're just gonna do whatever because it's not like it's a free win. So it's definitely going to be an interesting matchup. I want to say, especially on the mid lane, mainly because I know firsthand how like dominant Kilo can be. What if he gets even like a 1 kill lead, he can snowball that into like a 1v3 outplay and just like it's like an amateur faker, if I have to say myself, like
Yeah, and it
uh,
makes banning against this Mint squad that much that
exactly,
much
yeah.
harder. Because when you have a couple of these players who can whip out, a bunch of stuff, right? What is going to be the priority in your bans? I mean, Jake obviously can whip out any traditional support you so choose, but he does have a couple of those pocket picks that's like, okay, Night Harvester Blitzcrank, now what? I mean,
Right?
it's brutal to
Exactly.
deal with. So there are definitely some major picks that I'm hoping LBK Chimeras did their homework into and are going to be drafting accordingly tonight. I think a big part of this is going to be the draft. It's going to come down to this draft because, you got to be smart with what you're doing. You can't be showing your hand right at the beginning of this draft. You got to add a little air of mystery, if you so choose to call it that. But it's more so that it makes it harder to draft against you. It makes it harder to find those picks that are going to answer every time. Versus if you just show your hand and it's an exact, you know exactly where those first few picks are going after the first round of picks. It makes it a lot more easier to use that B4, B5, or even R4, R5 as some major counter picks. So I'm very much looking forward to what it's gonna be. I don't know if we're gonna have the Might be a few roster issues actually going on. Wait, no. We got someone on the way. He's on his way. He's on his way. Yep. Yep. So we still got a little bit of time.
He's coming. um, but yeah, no. The one thing that's also people have to kind of do their homework on too is in these best of 5 series, you can't just like pull out your trump cards in game 1
Yeah.
because like, hey, we'll win this game right off the bat and get the momentum, but then they're just gonna ban them from you and ban all those pocket picks and just like now what do? You
Yeah.
get to like game 3, get to game 4, and now you have like a 1-to-1, 2-to-1 type of situation on the series. And now it's like, how can we turn this around? How can we do this when they know what our best picks are?
Yep. But also there is some cases where a few of these players are just have multiple trump cards. And it's like, hey, you banned it away from me game 1. Sure, I have another answer for you game 2 and another one lined up for game 3. But we are getting into draft right now, Overcomer. So let's flip it on over there and check out our lineups for tonight. You see on Mint's side, Hero 39 top lane, Karthik 002 in jungle, Killua in the mid lane, along with A-Word and 240B on the side of Mint. We do have this draft starting up, but Chimera's lineup, Child Hater in the top lane. Love that name. It's hilarious. Give Me a Cup twice in the jungle. Ryan's OG in the mid lane. High Reef as ADC along with Wolven in the support. So there's our players for this evening, our two sides here, with Mint opting for that blue side first, as they do have home side selection for games 1, 3, and 5. However, bans are coming out fast. That Ezreal Lulu already taken away. Aatrox also being banned away from Hero 39. It is one of his, as I say that, one of his many top lanes.
One.
Very, very good.
Yeah, he's definitely made a name for himself on Darius. He's shown off Aatrox, I believe Vlad, Silas, Renekton, Gnar. He has quite a pool there that he's kind of shown the legends as a whole over the few splits he's been part of.
I'm just going to make a quick point in here. Viego goes away. Diana also gets banned away. That is the specialty of Killua. But LBK really need to consider now, what are they going to ban? Because this is where Mint isn't afraid to say, okay, we're just going to B1 Seraphine. And then even if they do B1 it, and that's where you have to respect that flexibility for it to go anywhere, and respect the fact that this is one of Killua's best champions. So they lock in the Zac first, and just to sidebar that's one of Karthik's #1 picks there. So a huge comfort pick coming in for Mint as that B1, and that's kind of the caveat of having that first pick. However, the response is looking like a Nocturne, so this is where we're going to have to see if Chimeras are ready to draft against them. So Nocturne, potentially jungle, we've seen it flexed other places, and the Lux also has that possible flex. Overcomer. This set, though, is probably the scariest of the flexes, because he can go anywhere.
I mean, true. The Nocturne versus Zac matchup, I think, is a great response because Zac being able to gank basically any lane from within his jungle from that massive range on his leap does make his ganks can be pretty scary, because you have to kind of have those wards like 100% accuracy in order to know if you're safe. But now you have a global ultimate Nocturne who can just be like, okay, you're going bot lane, I'll come bot lane too. So it's just like the map pressure that these jungles both have, they'll be able to kind of counter gank each other from within the safety of their own jungle. So it's definitely gonna be one to keep an eye on. But
see the Jhin picked up here by LBK. And now, to me, that kind of screams out, I want to send, it still could potentially be that Lux mid, but I want to send that Lux Jhin bottom, just because if you're leaning into that poke lane, you really just got to go for it. And that Lux is going to be great for initializing the Jhin W. If you can get that Lux E, or even well, let's take it back. You hit someone with the Lux E, you get the Jhin CC, and then you follow up with the chain CC from Lux's Q. That's what you really want to be looking for in that kind of combo here. We are seeing the next round of bans come out, though. The Blitzcrank going to be taken away from Jake, rightfully so. You respect that after he's shown it on stream here multiple times. Galio also gone, and I respect that ban too, because like you were saying, Overcomer, there needs to be some sort of follow-up to when this Nocturne goes in. Galio is a great pick for doing that, just pressing R on top of the Nocturne once he's in. So they take that away. Mundo banned. Also the Corki taken away here from Killua.
yeah, it's definitely going to be kind of interesting to look at how these team fights end up playing out. Because so far LBK definitely has a lot of range with that Lux and Jhin. But you can't count out the Xayah because Xayah can still cast her ultimate from the roots. So getting hit from that chain CC doesn't mean she's like you're gonna pick her off and burst her because she'll just turn around with an ultimate and now it's like your whole team is just instantly rooted. So it's gonna be interesting to see what they decide to go with to round their team comp out. And looks like they've decided for us.
Okay, so
it's Lux mid.
here's the thing, though, Overcomer. You showed your hand. Chimeras could have saved that Thresh for last. They could have picked a top here. And then you still have to question, is that Lux going support or mid? But Chimeras have given us that answer already. And now Mint can confidently lock in a mid laner here that's going to deal with that Lux. Probably something that can get in her face. I know that one's not going... Well, mostly not likely not going mid, but that's a great answer too. Malphite is going to get to that back line, and now your hand is revealed. Probably thinking of a mid pick here, as that set is most likely going to go top. Kennen, another one of Killua's specialties. Not often do we see it played, but in a scenario like this where you have massive AoE, especially from the Malphite's unstoppable force, I believe that's what it's called.
Yes,
I mean,
it could be.
too.
It could be. I mean, it could also be Malphite top, Kennen mid, and then you have set support. It's
That too.
Mint kind of has three, like a little bit of flexibility on their draft, whereas LBK kind of showed their whole draft before. Like, I don't understand why they would have locked support in when they already had a probable top lane picked. Obviously, we'll find out when these players lock in here, but it's still kind of an early pick, I think. So I mean, as good as that lane is, Jhin Thresh bot lane is definitely not something to take lightly. Showing it a little bit early when they still have two more picks, Mint can kind of be like, okay, how do you want to play around this bot lane so that we can get anything else ahead and prevent them from kind of snowballing anything.
On top two, now you are sending this Thresh bottom with the Jhin, and you know what? It is nice defense to have alongside with it, but it makes it a little bit harder when you pair up more utility with a heavy poke. Generally, you want to get the two pokes together and then you just poke away. You poke away the entire time. Jhin can be pretty scary come late game depending on how ahead how ahead High Reef is as the game progresses and what kind of items he's got after we finish out the early game. But I would think a lot of this attention is going to be focused onto that back line because that's a lot of where this Chimera squad damage is going to be coming from.
Yeah, and I mean, Mint has a great draft to this as well. You know, they have Zac, they have the Malphite, they have the Kennen, even the set. So you kind of have 4 diving champions onto LBK's team where they have their 2 main damage being in that backline. So now it's like, okay, we'll just take a set ult, pick up the Scion, and drop it on top of the Lux Jhin. It's like, what's the Thresh going to do? Type of idea. So it's just... It is going to be interesting to see how these team fights play out. It's going to come down a lot to positioning from both these teams. But definitely like one massive team fight with a Malphite ultimate onto a set ultimate, kind of layering on the CC and all this damage all into this little like death circle. If LBK kind of gets too close together to group, it's probably going to spell an instant lost fight for them. But if they can stay spread out, you know, like position kind of not like in a circle or like any kind of specific formation, but like kind of in an area where they can't be all like hit by the same ult all at once. They should be able to get a couple picks here and there as the team fight goes on, which should help them kind of even out the odds in a team fight.
Just makes me a little nervous, you know, looking at this draft. You see a set, you see a Malphite. That is insane CC when it comes to their ults. You follow up, you know, Karthik's going to be in that back line kind of harassing them while that initiation comes in afterwards. It's just going to be a lot of damage and CC that Mint can layer on here, and I'm having a hard time looking at Chimera's draft here and seeing, you know, what is going to be the answer when a Malfighter set ults onto your team, right? Yes, you have the CC from the Lux. The Thresh has some good utility as well too, but that set's kind of unstoppable when he's flying through the air at your team, so that does make it hard too. Same with the Malphite, right? So what is going to be the answer when they go for your backline, when they go for your main damage dealers? I'm not seeing a great response to this here. Yes, Sion can be extremely tanky. Yes, the Nocturne Paranoia can make things a little bit more chaotic when it comes to these fights. But a lot of the time in these team fights, I'm expecting Mint to stick together. They are an extremely scary death ball. And as long as they don't part ways and are communicating clearly when they go in, and if there's a Paranoia popped, they should still be able to find a member or two, even with the lights out. So, that does round out the teams getting locked in here, which means predictions are going to be open. So those are open up right now. Use those channel points, put them to good use, and let us know whether or not you think Mint is going to win game 1 here or Chimeras is going to win game number 1. Again, it's playoffs. Anything can happen, but I did say, Overcomer, coming into this night, draft was going to take a big part in this. And you saw Mint came in B2 set. Right? That hides their entire hand. They pick a Xayah up after that. Yeah, it's not too hard to predict where the Xayah is going. But that set is completely hidden until the second round of bans are done. And not until you see that Malphite. Even sometimes we're seeing potential set mid-flex. So it's still a flex on top of a flex on top of a flex. So you really need to be on top of that with draft, I think, in the future. I don't know. I'm having a tough time finding the answer here for Chimeras, but maybe they've got something in mind that I can't see right now, Overcomer.
I mean, what I can kind of think they might try is kind of have a split pushing Sion. You know, with their comp, they do kind of have a decent, because of how much range they have. They can kind of sit back, look for little pokes and trades here or there as they like group mid laner on maybe bot side of the map, while you have Sion kind of just pushing through those top towers. Because if you leave Sion alone, he's just going to keep taking those towers, so that's going to force them to send 1, maybe even 2 champions to kind of respond to that Sion. And then while they do that, LBK could look at getting that numbers advantage of like a 4v4 or 4v3 when they don't have that full layered CC between the set, Malphite, Kennen, and Zac. But that is going to come down a lot to how they play out the early game. Because if they kind of just lose bot lane, if they lose mid, like in a quick early like 15-16 type minute stage, then it'll get to a point where it's like you could literally have a 4v2 and you'll probably end up losing because you just won't have the damage to get through the tanky side of Mint.
That's exactly what I was thinking too. Okay, Sion goes for the split push, which, you know, he may get a few plates, he might even get first tower, or tower at some point. But now you're in a situation where it is 5v4 and you have your tank not there with you to defend from this mid squad. And that leaves Chimeras pretty damn exposed when it comes to that. There's really no answer at that point. The Flay, the hook will not stop the Malfighter set getting into your backline. You know, Kennen has the option to just pop his Slicing Maelstrom if a Nocturne decides to go on him. Yes, there is that spell shield. So, you know, we will have to watch Give Me a Cup twice, hopefully timing that correctly. But Xayah has the Featherstorm as well too, so even if you try and dive her, she's going to pop her ult. And now you have a Nocturne separated from the team, and a Thresh, Lux, and Jhin all by themselves dealing with a Set and Malphite and potential Kennen. This is scary. This is a scary game 1.
Just kind of what do you do in this situation?
It's going to be... Gonna be an interesting game 1. Maybe a little wear on how drafts might need to go in the future, but we'll have to see. Again, like I said, anything can happen here in playoffs. We've seen crazy stuff happen before, but we are gonna hop into game 1 very, very shortly, guys. So make sure to stick around. Make sure to keep getting those predictions in, and we will see you back on the Rift for game number 1 very shortly. We'll BRB, and hope to see you back soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Legends Esports. We got our first round of playoffs kicking off here tonight for LAS Premade. And game number 1 here of the Mint versus LBK Chimera series starting off right now. Let's see what's about to go down, because this one I believe is going to be quite a spicy game to start off this series. And I'm looking across the board here. Mr. Reef. Okay, he's here. Okay, good. Reef is here. Killua, though, starting it off with a little bit of poke onto Cup twice. As that electrocute is going to be procced. And now I'm noticing Kennen has electrocute. And for what Killua likes to do as a player, well, he gets in there. He gets you fast if he can. And will force it back out of Cup twice there right off the bat. But anything unusual you can notice here, Overcomer, across the board?
Not really. I mean, I do see the fleet footwork on the Jhin, which is not in the current meta, I don't think. I've seen a lot of Jhin going Dark Harvest, as it just helps with the late game scaling damage with that 4th shot. But here in 5s, you know, everything's a little different, so fleet footwork will give him that little bit of survivability. And he can also probably look into maybe getting something like a Storm Razor to help with that fleet footwork damage that he gets. But other than that, it looks fairly common. You know, you have the comment coming from Malphite for that little bit of AP damage. Whether he decides to build tank or not, it's still kind of flexible. You do have the electrocute, as you were saying, which might hinder the Kennen a little in team fights, just because he gets a little less move speed trying to proc in with his kind of kit. But in his laning phase, it does definitely give him that much more burst damage to look for those solo kills on Lux.
Yeah, we're seeing, yeah, like you said, pretty standard start across the board here. Just a little bit of trading, a little bit of farming, nothing too crazy yet. But if I am going to have to keep an eye on the lane, you know, it's wouldn't be surprising if we see this bot lane start to pop off first. And we already see Facebreaker coming in from 240B. Reef is getting low, but the flash! Holy moly! 240B finds it with a beautiful first blood here for Mint to kick things off. And oh, he lines it up beautifully, Overcomer.
Definitely, kind of, not to say like display of skill, but as we know, 240B is kind of just one of those players that he's not afraid to get in your face. So he kind of just showed in that little trade there. He's like, I will flash in at tower range just for my empowered W.
I mean, just already, I mean, it's still very early, but the shields, like, come on. It's so insane how much Zek can protect himself there. And what is even more curious is looking at this build coming in for 240B right now. You see the double long swords already, which is a little bit of a hint here that we are probably about to see mathematically correct set coming on in. So we got to keep our eyes on this bot lane for sure. Up on the top lane, though, Hero is taking quite a bit of harassment here from Child Hater. Which, again, love that name. It's so funny. Back to mid. Killua taking a little bit of poke as well, too. This is, you know what? Probably what we should have expected here for the early game is we might have a little bit of something actually breaking out here in the jungle. Wolven's going to hit the death sentence there. Big haymaker coming through from 240B once again, but now High Reef is in a bit of a pickle. Caught out here. Ryan, though, is going to be rotating on down. Mint at a numbers disadvantage. Chimera is looking to pick up a kill here. Karthik still has his passive. The flash actually going to be coming out of 2 members of Mint here to try and survive. And they will successfully escape from that, as no kills are going to be picked up. Just an exchange of summoners so far.
I don't entirely know how worth that was for Mint. It was a great job on their part for being for rotating and being there for their team, but in the end, you know, they blew multiple flashes and they blew kind of more of those summoner spells compared to LBK, whereas LBK kind of just walked out for free. Jhin not having to flash or heal even when he was in that bad position. So Reef kind of just got away. He was like, okay, I'm by the wall. I have my team here. And then they almost had the turnaround there. And they forced the 2 flashes. So definitely a great response to what was trying to break out there in the river.
Yep. Arthur trying to make some moves down on the spot side. He is going to get spotted out by that Jhin trap. And back to that point you were making, Overcomer, something I'd like to see a little bit more from Chimeras is, if you are catching Mint out in those numbers disadvantage, you got to make a pick. You got to make the call and focus one person down in these early levels. Especially with those Jin 4 shots, you are going to be doing some major damage. So really need to be looking for that. 240B actually coming in with the Hex Flash. Not going to be finding anything quite yet, but we do see the first of the drags on the map tonight is going to start it off with a Cloud. So we'll see if there's going to be any priority given on over to that. I would expect Mint to probably just keep going until everybody on their team is level 6. And then we're going to see them start to confidently step up to these objectives and say, okay, sure, meet us right now. So this is why this early game is so important for Chimera.
I mean, one thing that Chimeras do have is that if they manage to get this Cloud Soul, that's 10% CDR on a Lux ultimate. So while it's not the same as getting the Cloud Soul, even just a single Cloud Dragon is enough to kind of get all those ultimates down, which will help give them a slight edge over Mint. As with this team fight, being able to ult more often than Mint will definitely give them that slight advantage that they need. Just because they have so much range compared to Mint, they can be like, here, ult here, fight comes back like a minute later and they have their ult up, whereas Mint will still have like a 20-30 second cooldown on their ultimates.
I've seen some attention on this top side. Karthik coming in for the gank right now, going to be bouncing Child Hater off one of those minions, doing quite a bit of damage. That's going to be the Unstoppable Forces hero, just hits level 6 and picks up the kill. Actually, kill goes on over to Karthik, but either way, Mint find one up in the top half as we do have Cup twice down on this bottom end as they're fighting for some vision in this tribe, possibly going for this first dragon of the game. And they're going to go ahead and start this up. TP actually from Child Hater to make it up back to that top half of the map. But right now, this dragon's only about half health. It is going down pretty slow. The play coming out from Rolvin to keep 240B out. But that's going to be the Slicing Maelstrom coming in from Killua. Finds one. Dragon still goes on over to Chimeras, but Cup twice. Has to flash on over the wall to stay alive. Binding's going to land onto 2, but they're not done yet. Karthik flying in from out of the jungle, locks 2 of these members down together. Now he's going to bounce around, but not quite able to find any. Now he's pulling some of those sums from Chimeras, but somehow they still find the Dragon Overcomer.
I mean, that was honestly, well played by Mint for getting those kills. They kind of grouped up but got that collapse with their level 6.
Oh my word, can the shield save Ryan? The ignite is ticking down. The level up will do it though, and my goodness, that tower exacts its revenge onto 240B for being maybe a little too greedy there. That's going to be the final spark coming through here. I have to remind myself of Lexalt, but oh man.
That was a little close for comfort there. If the tower hadn't killed there, I believe Lux would have died. But definitely good job there on Ryan for getting out. But yeah, going back to that drag fight, it's while Mint got those kills, I guess LBK kind of knew. They saw the Zac top lane, so they started up Dragon before Zac had that chance to rotate. So the only way Mint could have got that dragon is if they had managed to get all the way into that pit to lock down Give Me a Cup twice. But since they couldn't get into the pit in time, they kind of settled, here, we'll take these kills, you guys can have that early Cloud Dragon.
Yep, early Cloud, nothing to be too concerned about, but we will see a little bit more fighting going on in this bot lane. Haymaker will just be narrowly avoided by Wolven there as they make it on out. Karthik is sitting around the corner, but look at the top half of the map. Paranoia coming on into Hero as he's going to Unstoppable Force himself away. That's going to be the Chilling Smite as well, too. Keep running, Hero. Can he make it out? Cup twice does take a couple of turret shots, but we have a fight in the bot lane. The big Feather Storm from A-Ward to take home a kill there. Mint picking up another. Now 4-1 on the board. We're seeing a little bit of a gold lead start to creep up, only about just under 2K. But you can see all these plates are going to be going on over here to Mint. But same in the top lane. Child Hater does manage to get a second plate there off that tier 1 top. So that gold isn't too crazy right now, but those kills are definitely going to be adding a little bit of extra padding to the wallets of Mint.
Yeah, I mean, it is partially the gold lead is minimized due to the skill, I guess you could say, of farming. You're seeing the CS leads. Almost every lane on Chimeras has almost a 10 10 CS lead in almost every lane other than that ADC role, which is down about 30 CS. So that Jin to Xayah difference is definitely something that can't be taken lightly. And as you can see now, they're kind of getting a little more punished for it. Stepping up even just to River isn't really safe or a viable option for them anymore without the help of their team. And so even in that 2v2 situation, you're now down so much AD this early, and as well that you're Jin, so you have a reload time. So in that like 2 seconds of your kind of mid reload, Xayah could have hit you 3-4 times, and now almost a quarter of your health is gonna be gone.
Yep, we just saw the Herald actually picked up by Mint as well too. A little bit of a brain scramble there, but look at this showstopper coming in onto Ryan and the slicing Maelstrom as well too. Karthik shows up just to join it all and pick up an assist for himself too, but my goodness, this is now Mint starting to pop off with their wombo combos. They do use 2 ults, but hey, that's going to be a kill, and every little bit will count as... Uh-oh. Having a quick look at DC. Reef is hopefully going to be back soon. Yeah, okay, he's back. He's walking. Oh, boy.
I love seeing that, you know? It's happened a few too many times, but...
Hopefully everybody stays good. I know there is a big storm coming through I think it's coming through the south side of the States right now, so... Hopefully everybody out there is staying safe and hopefully staying connected. Safe is probably #1 priority. But, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Right now, Mint, though, lead 5-1. That gold lead now extended to 2.3K. And we do have another Dragon on the map here in 30 seconds. Keep an eye on those ultimate cooldowns because everyone is going to be ready to go, I believe, except Killua with the Slicing Maelstrom. Hero is potentially in some trouble here. He's giving Child Hater the runaround, but can he stop him? No. Zion coming on with the unstoppable onslaught. One more Q will do it. Child Hater picks up the solo kill in top lane. Now down to the bot half. We are going to see the curtain call be used. Paranoia coming on in to blind them all out. Can they find someone here? A-Ward, though, with the Flash Featherstorm, able to take down Wolven. Mint turn it back around on the heads of Chimeras, which would have looked like a great start to that one. But unfortunately, Mint have got the answers to these fights.
I mean, they are winning this fight, but you're also looking at now, that's almost all their ultimates down for this upcoming drag fight. So, you know, these players are going to be coming back in time for this dragon, but now you see there are a majority of these ultimates being down. And even Hero 39 having died in that top lane, he had his ultimate the whole time, but chose to hold on to it, knowing that there's going to be this bot lane play. And you can already tell you see him moving down on this map and being like, he's like, I'm here team if you need me, and I'll have my ultimate if a fight breaks out.
You know what you did predict is starting to come true. That Zion is getting a little bit ahead in that top lane. 4 plates now to his name, but now we have the situation where Mint is just jumping all over. You're going to see the Zac bounce come through. That Slicing Maelstrom available once again. It is going to be popped by Killua. He finds himself a kill. Now 240B looking to lock down Wolven. They're going to jump on in. Karthik is going to get flayed away by Wolven. Can he make it to the safety of his base? Yes, he can. Just barely makes it on out there. As it's only going to be 1 kill picked up here by Mint, but this dragon also going on towards them. This is so risky now. They're just diving all over the place. Karthik comes in. He is going to miss a little bit of CC there, but the showstopper to follow it on up. He picks himself up a kill. Karthik gets taken down by the turret, but luckily he is Zac and has his passive. First turret was already dropped, and now a lot of plates going to be going on over to Mint here. They got about 5 more seconds to... I don't think they're going to find a 4th one here, but still pretty good gold for this Mint squad.
Yeah, and I mean, Mint is kind of showing what we had been talking about earlier, but they're kind of showing they're gonna just kind of run around like, but you chain CC their ults together, and you can't really get out of that. You kind of saw it, like Lux there had a great binding on Karthik, but even getting that binding under tower doesn't really mean much when you have 3 people just standing on top of you using their ultimates to secure the lockdown so that you die. So.
Just had a quick audio issue here for one of the teams, so hopefully they can resolve that shortly. But into this game state right now, overall, Overcomer. It's a little bit over a 4K lead here for Mint, 8-2 on the board, and we're starting to see a lot of attention being given over toward... You saw the bot turret went down. Mid turret is kind of on its last legs there. For Chimeras, a lot of focus into this top half might be the call here. We do see, the setup here from Cup Twice to potentially make their way up into this top half of the map. But we will definitely have to keep our eyes closely on what happens with the Scion and the potential split push, because we saw a little bit of it there in the recent jungle fight on the bottom half of the map. It makes it very, very hard dealing with 5 of these mid members jumping on you. But now we see the movement on in. The Paranoia is going to be drawing him in with the Unstoppable Force to that turret. Turret shots are being taken. Can Hero make it? Oh, he walks back in. Oh, Hero. Oh, no. And Overcomer, I don't know about you, but I've got a little bit of a pause. Did it pause for you too?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Well, we are going to go quickly to our break screen while we resolve this. Thank you, Spectator Client, and we will be right back with... did it just start for you too?
Yep.
All right, we're fine. We don't have to go anywhere.
Right.
We are not going anywhere. It's all good. As long as we're synced up, we're fine.
Yeah, one thing I was kind of looking at, I didn't really pay attention to it until they had that pause from the sound issue, but there's a 40 CS difference between these ADCs, not counting... That's besides the fact that Zaya also has 2 kills to her name.
40B is going pretty... Okay, we'll just pan away from that one. Jake, what are you doing, buddy?
A little too aggressive there.
Yes.
I mean, it's bound to happen once or twice. The way he plays, he's just gonna constantly run at your face, right? But yeah, going back, so Zaya's sitting on 40 CS lead plus 2 kills. I'm a little concerned about how much damage Chimeras are gonna have going into these later stages of the team fights, because Jin has been denied so much gold, and even the Lux has been fairly denied the gold, still down about 10 CS as well, and also 2 kills below the Kennen. So when Chimera's main damage are their 2 weakest members on their team at the moment, I'm not 100% confident they'll have the damage to kind of burn through these tanks of Malphite and Set, as well as the Zac, as they get dove on top of themselves.
Yep, and this is something we were talking about, that Jin having to get ahead in the early game, but right now, Cup Twice gets found out in this jungle. 240B is on the hunt, but going to be forced away by that Lux Binding. And with that, though, Tier 1 tower will fall. Mint picks up their second of the game. And again, more gold into the entire squad for Mint, up about 4.5k gold. And just continuing with that, Child Hater, though, on the bot half of this map, taking what he can out of this bot Tier 1. But we're seeing a lot of members here. Oh, wait a minute. Killua has shown up as well, too. Trying to go for the Scion 1v1, or at least trying to hold this turret from the push. But he is going to be taking quite a bit of damage during that process. Let's see if he can hold. Does have the Slicing Maelstrom, but there is going to be a zombie Scion if he manages to take him down. Anyways, yeah, you're gonna have to run away, Killua. Respect that Scion. 3 members though for Mint pushing on this top half of the map. Though Paranoia will be coming on in. Jin looking for that CC, not gonna be able to find anybody. Cup Twice also looking to lock someone down, but it's just not gonna happen. Death Sentence though will cancel Karthik from jumping on in. A little bit of CC gonna be popped as in the bot lane. Child Hater continues the split, able to take down a turret. Rest of this Mint squad still looking to push in on this top Tier 1. Let's see if they can do it right here. Now being joined by A-Ward. They should be able to clean this one up and walk away safely with that Paranoia now being down. Oh, 240B though, caught out by the CC Deluxe Binding. Gonna find him, but he's gonna go on in with the Showstopper. It's not able to be finished. He's taken out before he can come and slam. And welcome to the jam. The Featherstorm though, gonna dodge out of that final spark, but here comes the curtain call. One more shot will do it. Not quite able to find it there. A-Ward even popping the heal. And they make it on out of here. We're going to see the TP being popped as well, too, because Killua is about to come on in. Does have the Slicing Maelstrom. Can he find it? Ryan is the target, and he's immediately eviscerated. His hero goes back in with the Unstoppable Force A-Ward there to clean it all up. The patience from this Mint squad.
Yeah, they're definitely playing their team fights extremely well. They're kind of just waiting. It's like I have this ultimate, I have TP. It's like it almost looked like they were baiting the Chimeras to keep walking forward for that TP to come through from Killua. As the moment the TP came down, he went for the one target and Hero took his ult right to the other target simultaneously, like without hesitation there. But we are seeing this Scion is definitely making his name. He just goes to that bot tower, and then as the objectives rotate to the bot half the map, he will most likely be found pushing through those top towers. So
Mint, though, starting back up yet a second Herald this game. They should be able to just clear this one out. And again, name of the game, right? Someone pick up the... Please, thank you. The name of the game, right? It's objectives wins games. As much fun as chasing around for kills and getting those flashy plays. At the end of the day, it's the team who are taking out all the towers and dragons in there.
yeah.
But you want to be going for these towers right now, though. Showstopper going to be bringing back in. A-Ward taken down as the Lux will find that last auto, though. Karthik will be able to slam him back in. Trade for the Lux. Cup twice. Will manage to take down 240B right now. Chimera's 2-for-1 trade. Even getting the CC off onto Karthik, but he is quite tanky. However, Chimera's come out on top and get a little bit of punching done for the Mint over aggression.
Yeah, and that is kind of what they want to look for. You know, they didn't have their full team as the Malphite wasn't there, as well as I believe Kilo wasn't well. So they kind of punished those players for being too pushed up and sitting too comfortable, thinking that they have a huge lead. And definitely also helps that they've picked up the first Ocean Dragon of the game, putting them at 2-1 for dragons. So not only do they have that Cloud Dragon for the reduced ultimates, which will help them in these kind of picks and like poke trades, but now they have that little bit of health regen too. So if they're not burst down and they the teams go back to a little bit of farming before the next fight starts, Mint will have to be looking for those backs for resets before fights, whereas now Chimeras are kind of sitting towards the side where they can kind of just sit in a lane, and they'll get their health regen back by the time the next major team fight shows up.
Quite possibly, and that's you know, even though it's not major stats coming in from these early dragons, it is a little bit of an edge that you do get from, like you said, that just the 2.5% extra healing, a max health healing. Is it max health? It's missing health. Yes, 2.5%
Yeah.
missing health.
But pushing Scion, now getting to regen his health for free.
Yes. Yes.
Now you need to send 2 people to answer him, as like you saw, he had a 2-level lead. He has a 2-level lead on Killua, and Killua is sitting at 4-0 right now. So both being in solo lanes, the Scion's definitely performing quite well, getting a huge CS lead early. So now sitting on that 2-level lead, we saw the damage he did to Killua when Killua went to defend that bot tower and was forced to run away instead. So.
Yep. And now with this Scion getting ahead, it does become much more of a threat against Mint's towers. And, you know, it comes down to that. It really boils down to the simplicity of being the proactive team and being the reactive team. Chimeras are starting to force Mint's hand to be a little reactive if they're going to have a pushing Scion all the time. But the way they can to get around that is just to play into their comp, which is what they drafted for. All in your face, dump the CC down, dump the ults down. Let's just find the team kill and do what we can so we can just take advantage over wherever we want on this map. So
Yeah.
we'll see if Mint can come back into that mentality here, because we're seeing a little bit less of it. But with the Dragon up in the next minute, 10 seconds here, I'm hoping to see Mint really utilize those ults for what they have planned for here. Play their game. But we'll have to see, because Chimeras are doing pretty well getting that Scion to be quite annoying in these side lanes.
I mean, one thing too that Chimeras have to be careful of is that as much as the split pushing Scion will be effective, it's that Mint will be able to push down as 5 faster than a Scion can split on his own.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
So if Mint really wants to, they could just group as 5 and essentially run it down mid, and kind of force either around a tower or force these fights to happen, knowing Scion's not there. And they don't have to send someone to respond to the Scion. They could just say, hey, let's give up this tier 2 tower top lane, but we win this fight, and now we can push and maybe get
This though right here, Cup twice in a really, really awkward place. Gonna get caught out, forced to flash over the wall. And that's gonna force the Nocturne out for now. So very risky pathing there from Chimera's jungle, as they almost get picked off though. 240B is also playing with quite some gusto. So again, both teams, you know, do have to show a little bit of respect here. This Dragon is going to get started up here by Mint. And we do have the unstoppable onslaught coming on in. Child Hater going to land on the one, but you see Killua going for the back line, looking for the Slicing Maelstrom, however, that final spark coming through, doing so much damage to Mint. But look at Hero 39 with the follow-up, the unstoppable force. However, Woven with the box going to be slowing these members of Mint on down. Awar going to find a massive feather pull. It's a double kill for him. And now we're left with a 2v2 situation. Ryan OG is still left standing. Actually, no, Karthik comes out of his passive. I didn't see the Zac Blobs there for a second. They're going to go ahead and clean up Ryan as Award picks up his 3rd kill in that team fight. Mint come out on top, 2 for 4, and they're going to go ahead and start this dragon right back up.
That was very risky of a team fight. You know, it started really great engaged by Childhider. They kind of started that fight in a decent position. They kind of had the team separated. Ryan got a great binding onto Killua to prevent that ultimate from spreading onto their whole team, which also forced that stopwatch to come out for the Hourglass. But then the positioning, you know, you had the Xayah Featherstorm into the flash over the wall, which then allowed her to get that feather pull across multiple members, and that spread damage when you have the max feathers there spread out between your different abilities. It's not something you can overlook, as I believe the Jhin had actually turned around to auto attack to Xayah right before the feather pull went off, thinking he was out of the feathers, but he was actually standing directly on top of the feathers, which is what kills him there from that feather pull.
But take a look at top Overcomer. Childhater potentially in some trouble. We are going to see the Paranoia pop, so in comes Cup twice, but we got 3v2. Mint has the numbers advantage. Cup twice just going to be taken down there by 240. As in they go, trying to find Childhater as well too. Showstopper to bring him on back. Childhater at less than a quarter of health. He will eventually be taken down, and now everybody scatters because they don't want to deal with the Scion Zombie. But Mint, great rotation up to that top half. They find 2 kills, and now they're going to go ahead and start this Baron up.
That was a little questionable. I don't know if you saw that as I saw it, but Childhater actually used his ultimate to escape, and it looked like he canceled his ultimate when Cup came flying in with his, as if they were going to look for a turn instead of just the escape. Which I think was the wrong call. I think it would have been smarter just for Childhater to just leave. Whether or not because flying in you had the 2v2, but you have to anticipate, you know, Baron is up, there's no dragon, which means that 9 times out of 10 you're going to be looking at a Zac sitting on the top side. So even if you don't see their full team member, you're going to be looking for that Zac as well, and not having that vision, you're like, okay, I'm caught out, I need to. But then having someone else come flying in, like, that doesn't necessarily give you the strength to just turn around that fight, as your ultimate is now down, their ultimate is now down, and now, as we saw in that last kind of pick, at the moment there was 3 people there, it was only a 3v2, and yet they still lost that simply just from the numbers, and not necessarily just because of like the levels or the damage in the items.
Now the siege shall begin. A little bit of a 1-3-1 coming out from Mint here. As, you do have Karthik kind of hovering around this mid lane, Killua on this bot half of the map, but Paranoia actually going to be coming in. They are looking for this cannon as Killua going to pop that Zhonya's very quickly. Now the Slicing Maelstrom will come through, but the final spark from Ryan's OG to clean it up. Oh my, nicely done. Good punish on that bot side. As that's what I was talking about, what we need to see from Chimeras. However, in the mid lane, Inhibitor turret is going to be going down. The use of that Baron buff looking pretty good so far, as Childhater doing his best to hold this tier 2 from Hero. Doing some good damage on this Malphite, as well as got to keep your eyes on this bot half of the map as well too. A lot of stuff about to break on down. Showstopper being popped. There's Karthik on over the wall. High Reef is down to a sliver of health, and Karthik is able to clean it up. That's going to be the bounce used, but that box coming in from Woven will be enough to slow him on down. No passive to save him this time. Big Haymaker going to be there, but that final spark to shred him down, and the shutdown going on over to Cup twice, as Mint again getting punished for a little bit of greed there.
Yeah, they're definitely, I feel like they're sitting kind of on that comfort spot more, and they've kind of turned into a less of a proactive gameplay, as we saw at the beginning, where they kind of made.
Oh, top lane though. Hero's dead. Unstoppable onslaught. Paranoia to follow it up, and that's a dead Malphite. Chimeras.
Yeah, that rock's not going anywhere.
Oh no, that rock is not moving anywhere. But we're starting to see, you know, Chimera still showing many signs of life here. Kills are still 18-13 in favor of Mint. You see that gold lead is about 4.5k at this point, still in favor of Mint. But, you know, again, it's slowly chipping away. Even though Mint have the momentum right now, you take little chips away from that when there's overextending, getting those punishes in, that's where you can start to find your way back into this game. So I like to see that from Chimeras even more.
Yeah, I mean, and they've definitely played a really good, I don't want to say a response game, but they started this game behind, and yet they've kept Mint's gold lead to within 5k throughout this entire game, even when it looked like Mint was kind of just snowballing their lead.
High Reef is in some trouble. Gale forced to try and get away. There's nothing else to latch on there. It's actually going to be the curtain call being used here. See if they can find Karthik. He's just going to jump away. 240B, not getting hit by any of those. So that will be the Jhin ult, not available for this Dragon that's currently up and on the map right now. Whoever gets this is going to be taking Soul Point, which is honestly huge for either or of these teams here. 29.5 minutes, which means they're not going to be seeing the fourth Dragon until at least 30 minutes. But now we have the Unstoppable Onslaught coming in. That's going to be the Paranoia from Cup twice. Slicing Maelstrom into the back line. The Blaze coming through the box to try and slow him down. But is it enough? That's going to be the final spark. 2. Look how much damage it deals to Killua. However, Mint are doing so much damage. A-Ward is just lighting these members of Chimeras up with their feathers. Zombie Scion trying to chase him down. But it is just going to go down as well, too. Mint come out on top. A very close team fight. Ends up being one traded. Killua goes down, but in favor of an ace, I think that is a huge Mint win off of that fight.
Yeah, I mean, Chimeras did steal that soul point away, but losing that team fight is definitely. I
just
don't.
end here. They're just gonna end Overcomer. That's it, buddy.
They're gonna try. They're gonna try. They have Chimera has 3 people spawning, but
this one's done. Nexus turret's going down way too fast. Let's see if there could be the possible hold, but no. Plus 50 goes on over to the side of Mint. They pick up game number 1 here.
Yeah. Turns into one of those situations where, you know, it's do you go for Dragon or do you go for the team fight? And they committed to Dragon, and it ended up kind of ending poorly in that favor for them.
It looked like such a great fight too, and usually what we thought of coming from this draft is, you know, Mint's gonna be the big ones initiating these fights. In that case, no, it was Chimera setting up for a fight, and it was actually a pretty good initiation there with the Scion paired up with the Paranoia ult, the Scion ult, Unstoppable Onslaught paired up with the Nocturne Paranoia. But, you know, they have the answer to that, being very patient with the Slicing Maelstrom, even though the Cannon was taken out, that final spark did so much damage. There's just every single answer coming in here. A-Ward kind of, I think A-Ward went a little under the radar in our eyes here, but we definitely got to give this Xayah a shout out, because if you took a look closely at some of those fights, just the micro and the positioning and the feather pulls were just so on point from A-Ward. And you saw how much focus was going into trying taking down that Xayah, but he just refused to die.
Yeah, it's like, I'm sorry, you thought you killed me? Nah, I'm just going to flash this and then kill you instead.
Yep, but that does mean game 1 goes on over to Mint. We do have a poll for player of the game currently up in chat right now, so make sure to vote for who you think deserves it. Vote top, jungle, mid, ADC, or sup for support. But we are going to be taking a quick break, guys. When we come back, we'll be hopping onto the Rift for game number 2. Well, we got a draft first, and then we hop on. But anyways, we'll see you very soon. Be right back.
The night beckons while you dream. Alive never lives in peace.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions pray that one false step lead the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. They will remember you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back to the LAS Premade playoffs. We got our first player of the game. It's none other than 240B on that set, going 6-6-5. So honestly, very tactical support here, very in your face, very scary stuff from this Mint squad in game one. But you know, we did see some good stuff coming in from Chimeras. A lot from Child Hater there on that Scion, just being a nuisance up in that top lane, drawing that attention up, even being a great initiator in some of these team fights. So I do got to give a shout out to Chimera's top laner for definitely being one of those ones that stood out. That Lux getting very scary in late game as well too. The final spark is definitely no joke. But without any further ado, we are going to be flipping it on over to draft for game number 2. So without, I already said it. I'm going to press the button. Let's go. All right, Overcomer, you ready, buddy?
As always, I definitely think Mint is always one of those teams that is it's like they'll put on a show whether you want them to or not. And now that it's playoffs, it's like, okay, you want a show? We'll give you a show.
Oh yes indeed. And it's gonna be interesting to see what is on the chopping block for this draft right here, as gonna be returning to that Aatrox one again. Once again, they do not want to allow that into the hands of Hero. He's pretty nasty on it. I have a 1 second here. See that? I have a choice here. I already know what's coming in. Anyways, Blitzcrank banned away once again by 240B. Seraphine, Ezreal taken off. Those are very strong bans against that B1. Something that you would expect to see. And the Zac also being taken away. Maybe that's something that Cup Twice can also play, which is why we saw it picked up so damn early. But going to be returning to that Lux once again. Ryan's, you know, it is a little difficult when you have people jumping all over top of you, but when he was able to get off those final sparks, damn did they hurt.
Yeah, and he definitely showed the comfort of the champion too. You know, he was landing some of those bindings within turret ranges, even when he was being pressured or like getting mid ulted by the set. He was still landing those bindings and looking for those kills from tower shots. So, not someone to underestimate here.
Now, Sejuani coming in first. That's most likely going to the hands of Karthik. I can't see Sejuani being flexed anywhere else. So that is a nice safe pick. It's a very safe pick, a very reliable pick. I mean, the Bola can just do so much for initiating these team fights. And to follow up on them, why not just add a Gatlio ult on top of it all?
And That Galio could be flexed. You know, I know Kilo plays at mid, but I'm pretty sure 240B could take it bot lane as well. So
Absolutely, absolutely could be a
that
potential
is
flex here.
a huge flex pick for them. It's like, hey, we're gonna pick this champion, but you have no idea where we're gonna send it.
Uh-huh. Trundle, the potential pick here for LBK. We could see that in jungle. We could see that top, but there has been a little bit of a resurgence here in 11.13 on the Trundles coming in. Just, it's really massive and almost a little bit. I was actually talking to a few players the other night. I forget who it was, and I do apologize for that. But how Trundle can actually be a counter to Sejuani, the fact that his subjugate steals away those stats. Yeah, that's definitely something that we need to watch out for in these fights between these two, well, potential junglers. Is that you are going to be taking away a lot of what keeps Sejuani alive, beefy, tanky, whatever you want to call it. That subjugate is definitely going to take into play there. Let's see what it's going to be. B3 for LBK.
I think one thing too with the Trundle is that it's also kind of a counter to Galio, because you can actually use that pillar to interrupt the Galio ult if you're in the right position for it, and you can find that Galio.
Oh. So Varus is going to come in. Still a pretty strong pick here in 11.13, but the Mordekaiser picked up for who I'd most likely say Hero 39. I have played with and against that Mord. It's scary. It's scary right now. And especially scary, even if it just goes even into the mid-late game. It's just having the threat of being taken away from a team fight, especially if you are one of the squishier champions like a Lux or Varus, makes things very, very scary when that big guy gets in your face. So last few bans coming out, Mundo Scion taken away. They are going to respect that Scion pick here from Child Hater. So we do not want to see that again. The Thresh, the Kaisa also going to be sitting on the bench. And the Ashe actually coming in for A-Word. Okay.
This team comp is... Okay, so what I can tell what I think Mint is doing so far is they're essentially making it, they want to kind of suppress LBK. So, you know, you have that Mordekaiser be like, okay, I'll take this person out. It doesn't have to be the Varus, it doesn't have to be a Lux. It'll be like, you could take out that Trundle, you could take out any of the other two picks here. And just be like, okay, we have a Sejuani Galio for that frontline engage. Now you have an Ashe to just kind of spread damage, but also that move slow from her passive is just like you're not going anywhere. And then whether or not Mordekaiser wins or loses the fight in that Death Realm, you now have a 4v4 where you have a Galio knockup, you have that frontline Sejuani as well as the ultimate to kind of lock them down in place. But the follow-up chain CC that they have on mid so far is definitely something that LBK has to be very careful of and very aware of these ultimate timers, as you combine these ultimates together, and that's going to be a very quick team fight for mid.
Yeah, we are going to see the Nocturne picked up here once again for Cup twice. Was pretty good on those paranoias. It's just you got to time them when you know there aren't going to be numbers there to follow up. So Vision Game is definitely going to play a big part of this. Karma comes in for LBK as their what looks to be support. Again, potential flex, but the Pantheon for Mint. Oh my! Oh me, oh my! What do we think about that Overcomer?
I mean, it does match along with what I was just saying about their team fight. You know, they're getting that suppression, they're getting that lockdown. Mordekaiser taking out even say that Nocturne, that Trundle. Now you have that Pantheon stun, you have an Ashe stun, you have the double stun from Sejuani, you have the taunt plus the knockup from Galio. So even just those four members alone can kind of win probably even 4v5 situations while that Mordekaiser kind of sits in a top lane or a side lane. But, you know, with that Karma shielding, with that Karma move speed, as well as the Nocturne being able to dive onto the Ashe really quickly, if that Nocturne can't get locked down, there is the potential of kind of the Nocturne slipping in through their whole team and picking off that Ashe before a team fight even really starts. Even if he goes 1-for-1, if he can kill that Ashe, I believe Mint is significantly less in damage. I know Mordekaiser has a lot of damage, and the Pantheon can put out a lot of damage with the right build. But that Ashe is going to be a huge primary source of damage in these team fights for Mint. So if that Nocturne and that Lux can kind of pick off that Ashe early, I believe the Varus should be able to just kind of out-kite their frontline tanks. And it could go well in LBK's favor as long as they position correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Varus can do a ridiculous amount of poke, and here's what I like about Chimera's draft this time: you lean into the poke. I do have some worries when it comes to the engage off the Nocturne because you don't have a lot of follow up that can get there in the faces of Mint fast. So I would assume the Paranoia is mostly going to be used, I would say, defensively. Unless you have those Chains of Corruption, which is going to be another big CC option. But I can't see it being those big Nocturne ults we were seeing in Game 1 where he's flying across the map. However, I don't think that Nocturne's going into the jungle. I think it's going top lane here for Childhater. Oh my, yep. Okay.
I mean, I have seen that it has decent win rates. I believe it was sitting at least above 50% win rate last I checked. It was around 54% when I checked a little while ago. So in the right hands, that can work. I'm not too sure how it fares against Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser having so much health, and then by that level 3, getting that huge health shield as well from the damage he both deals and receives. It could definitely go, I think, Mordekaiser favored. But as you were saying, you know, getting that Paranoia off defensively, if a play is being made bot lane, and now you have that Nocturne be okay, lights out for the other team, even if he's not going to do anything with that ultimate, can definitely help them get those picks when you have a Lux, Varus, Karma, as those are kind of 3 huge poke champions.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's where I like this, especially more in the bot side, is, you know, having that poke between High Reef and Wolven. You know, this is one thing I was told when playing Karma is you can't be afraid to step up and use that mantra Q whenever you got it, right? You got to be looking for that poke, but you do have to worry about the fact that this is looking like a Pantheon support. And from what we've seen in Pantheons, you know, I haven't seen very many, but when he was kind of coming back into Season 11 here, a lot of his damage was found here in the early game. So a lot of that power is going to be coming through from, you know, finding early picks, getting those lanes rolling, getting a word rolling on that Ashe. But, you know, as the time takes on, it might be a little bit more tricky to get that Pantheon in, especially with Chains of Corruption. You got the W from Wolven on the Karma, the Binding from Lux 2, so it does make it a little bit more tricky. But the way Jake tends to play support 240B is he supports you guys by killing the other team, as we saw in his set the previous game.
I mean, one thing I have seen from Pantheons is that when a Pantheon takes something like Press the Attack, you know, he gets that W, he gets that empowered stun off, it gets the instant triple auto to get that Press the Attack damage. You can actually burst squishy targets as Pantheon, whereas LBK actually has 4 squishy targets, their only real tank being that Trundle. So if they're not careful, or if any of them are caught out kind of by themselves, 240B could definitely get even just like, okay, here's half your health gone, by the way, and then just leave the rest for their team to pick off, or just to take them out enough so that they're kind of forced to back off, and they're going to be a lot more at a disadvantage if any fight decides to break out after that just simple empowered stun auto attack plus Q kind of thing goes off. And he can get away with it this time, as compared to where a set is kind of just, okay, I'll get a shield and do this massive punch. Pantheon gets his form of a shield where he takes 0 damage, pointing towards their teams. So now he can be just as aggressive as he was on that set. However, this time he won't be taking any damage at all for those few seconds that his E is active. And in that time, if you have the Ashe, the Galio, the Sejuani follow-up with their abilities, there is a very decent chance that these players on LBK are going to fall.
It's going to be, I would say, a little... I do like the draft from Chimera's a little bit better this time, but I don't think it's going to be the easiest once those level 6s start to come in again. Again, the big part of what we're seeing from Mint here tonight, and have seen in the past, is that they love the wombo combos on the alts. And my god, they got some big ones here for sure as well too. The Frozen, oh no, it's not Frozen, it's the Glacial Tomb. Glacial Prison? It's one of the two, we're gonna find out real soon. From Sejuani. Glacial something, because she's a Freljord. To really set these fights up or lock them down if they're caught in a bad place. Killua is gonna be able to follow up with the Galio ult. And A ward, I mean, that can be a great, if they're able to use this crystal arrow to its fullest effects, I mean, that can be the first pick there to just start the whole thing off. You find one person with the arrow. There is going to be I would say a few ults dropping down on top of you to follow up on that. Because we see Mint is not afraid to burn the ults. Even if it's for just one kill, it's like, you know what? We're getting an advantage here. We're winning right now. So might as well pick an advantage here and look for what we can do next. So I'm interested to see what the answer is going to be here. The Nocturne this time in the hands of Child Hater. But I don't believe I've ever seen myself a Nocturne versus Mord matchup yet. So this one's going to be a little bit of a new one for me. But final thoughts before we head off to our break, Overcomer.
Just the amount of CC that Mint is possessing here is definitely something that needs to be an eye out for these LBK. But if the Chimeras can manage to get these picks with their Lux, Varus, Karma kind of range and damage, they should definitely get a good advantage in team fights. But we are going to go to our break here, so stay tuned and come back for some real action on the Rift.
Well, boom. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the LAS Premade playoffs. We got game number 2 about to get underway here between Mint and LBK Chimeras. Chimeras, with side selection this time, have opted for blue, so we are going to see them on that. But this is some shenanigans coming in right now from the side of
30 seconds
Mint.
until
Is
minions
they're looking
spawn.
for the potential invade here. We do see the W start from 240B. So if somebody gets caught, oh boy, it's going to be scary. But I believe they saw them out. The danger pings are through and like, okay, let's not do this. Let's not go anywhere near this.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't have the wards up by those bushes, but this chain CC early is definitely just like, hey, let's look for something.
Yep.
But
The entire squad, though, gets spotted out on that ward that was left behind by High Reef. So Chimeras know exactly where Mint are right now. Surprising that they're not stepping up to potentially get a deep ward onto the red of Mint is something that you would probably want to do, knowing that all 5 are down here. But they just let them kind of take over this end of the jungle, and should be Karthik able to take away this red. I'm going to keep my eye, honestly, on these junglers for the early start here, just to watch path and see if Cup Twice does end up going to vertical jungle path. But sure is Karthik walking away now with that red buff, and we do have Cup Twice walking towards the red on the side of Mint. So a little bit of vertical jungling words.
Yeah.
Words.
oh, wait.
Going on here.
I mean, a little bit of lost CS there too. 240B definitely kind of having asserted how much aggression he puts out early. Now sitting on this Pantheon, he's like, okay, Varus, you're not walking up to these minions. And Varus having used his Q poke early kind of prevented him from getting that early farm. But looks like Hero's having a rough time top lane though.
Yeah, and that kind of forced him to stay in lane there. You saw the pings coming in from Mint. They were aware of where Cup Twice was. He walks out with a red buff, and unfortunately Mint not able to get the punish down quite yet with that Mordekaiser being that low. So he'll be able to walk on out. So the jungle exchange has gone down, well, at least for buffs. And it does put Cup Twice just ever so slightly ahead, running around now with the double buffs. As Karthik has not yet gone to his blue. However, look at 240B in the mid lane. Binding going to be looked for here. As in goes Killua once again. The flash away from that taunt. Binding going to land on 240B. And now we've got a Trundle incoming. You're going to have to run away. The pillar's going to be flashed on out as Killua, again, still taking up a lot of this damage. And with Karthik showing up too, that will force Chimeras to back away. However, A-Ward has to play this lane very carefully now that his support has gone for that early roam. As Killua potentially in some trouble. Cup Twice returns back to that mid lane. A little bit of poke will be given down, but nothing much will be found after that. So still, we will go past this 3.5 minute mark without a kill. And, nothing quite yet, but it's going to ramp up, guys. I promise you. I promise you.
It's getting there. It's getting there. I mean, Ryan's, again, showing that comfort on that Lux, even being pressured with that flash taunt. Fights all over the map. Even that flash taunt when Killua tried to make that play to kill the Lux, you got the flash out of Lux, but he landed the binding in the process, taking down 240B to about 100 HP.
Speaking of 240B, he's going in the flash taunt from Killua to look for this damage. A little bit of poke there from 240B, and he's going to pick up first blood. Once again, this is the second time tonight that 240B has gotten first blood for Mint. So, a very aggressive support, and it makes it very scary having a player like that on the map. But, when the Lux is down on mana and on health, that's where they kind of have that confidence to go in, knowing that they have the numbers to do so. Really nicely done.
Flash.
Yeah.
Definitely, I mean, I know you kind of mentioned a little bit. Award definitely has to play ball in very, almost passively. Even if he has any form of advantage over High Reef and Alchemist, it's still sitting at the fact that you're almost at, you can't 1v2 a lane against a Karma Varus, even if you have a little bit of an early game power spike, getting that Ranger's focus. So you're kind of stuck sitting, okay, I'll just last hit minions then, while your Pantheon kind of just walks around doing everything else that Mint wants for the team.
And a little bit of focus down on this bot half of the map as we do see Cup Twice trying to make something happen mid, but unfortunately Killua just too far away from that after he trades out with Ryan. So let's see. He's actually going back into his jungle to do a little bit of farming. Karthik potentially looking to set up for an invade. Do a little bit of stealing of his own here, but things are actually coming down onto the mid lane. And this is great team communication. I know it's something small, but the Ashe Hawk was sent on out just to give them vision and allow them even more confidence to set up for this pick on mid. That is gorgeous teamwork coming in right there. And we see a little skirmish breaking out in the bot lane. A-Ward was exhausted there by Wolven. Going to be hit with that Q as well, too. And now Cup Twice pulling on in. That flash respect coming on from A-Ward as well. On top of that, his flash, heal will be used as well, too. My goodness, my brain's all over the place. This is silly. This is silly. I apologize, guys, about that one. But no kills exchanged, just a trade of A-Ward's summoners. And with that, we do see Karthik looking to potentially set up for this Dragon. They're actually probably waiting right here for Chimeras to commit to that bot half. And if they do, Mint has the numbers to respond.
I mean, I think it was definitely a little more favorable for Chimeras there. You know, they got both of A-Ward's summoner spells just for that Karma's Exhaust. So now you have High Reef sitting on both his summoner spells as well as the Flash still up for Wolven. Meanwhile, now you have A-Ward having 0 summoner spells as this Dragon is now up. And you don't have the Flash up on 240B either from that mid lane roam. So now you're sitting at the 1 summoner spell bot lane compared to the 3. So any form of 2v2 fight, you're at a little bit more of that disadvantage.
More skirmishing going on in this top half. Hero 39 losing quite a bit of health, but he's dealing it right on back to the Shadow Realm. They shall go. Paranoia is going to be popped. He actually flashes on over the wall, but Hero is just waiting for him to come back in. Solo kill picked up for Mint's top laner. Oh boy, that's the big bad Mordekaiser. Already up in gold, already up in CS as well. A little bit of poke coming from Ryan, but we're starting to see that Galio as he scales up. That magic resist is only going to be scarier and scarier. Unless his Trundle is there to, like you said, strip those resistances away. However, Ryan is dealing some good damage back. Even gets himself a Dark Harvest stack off of that. Really
Yeah,
nice.
and I mean, I know you had said earlier about how Dark Harvest is a little bit of like a risky summoner, rune for Ryan to take here in this matchup, but I definitely think it's actually a smarter choice just because, you know, you need that damage to kind of, you have that long range poke, but
Hero might be in some deep, deep trouble here. He's going to pop his last shield. Almost able to take down Child Hater. Almost, but that corrupting pot was just getting chugged along the way. So Child Hater trades a raid on back, but you see in the bottom half that will be the Crystal Arrow coming on down 240B to follow on up. The flash away from High Reef. The Ignite is ticking down, but Reef heals himself on up. While that's going down, though, Cup Twice able to take down this first Dragon of the game. That's going to be the Cloud, but here comes Karthik looking for the Glacial Prison. I was right a while ago back in draft. The Hero's entrance to follow up, but it's just going to burn the flash at a Cup Twice, so they're not able to find him here. You can see on the spot half of the map, a lot of numbers seem to be floating down here. Now with those ults down too, if someone's to break out here, Mint may not be able to respond to it.
yeah, I mean, it was a good attempt by Karthik there, but I don't think that flash there was worth it.
No.
Not getting a ball there, but
Close call mid lane. Again, another flash will be used here by Chimeras, and that's 4 of them down right now. 4 flashes down for Chimeras, especially the 2 that are the most important, which would be for Varus and Lux. This is where Mint is going to start to look for it. Once these ults are off a cooldown, I mean, the Grand Starfall is available, but you can just do this, layer that CC, layer that damage. Oh, the final spark is going to come through, but it gets blocked up by the shield. And 240B finds himself yet another kill. A little bit of tax on that mid lane for the rotations, but hey, you take those.
yeah, I mean, that's kind of the one thing with Galio too, is that you don't really need to get all that CS. You know, you don't need, it's not like one of those, something like an Ashe or like an 80 carry situation, or even in the Lux side, where Galio will be perfectly fine, you know, getting the majority of CS, but still being taxed by his team. Doesn't really put him in a negative position, as he's kind of ult.
Hero is not getting out of that one. Paranoia to following up. Even though the flash was burned, that's going to be another kill picked up there for Child Hater. You do
Very
see
well.
240B up here. But
That spell shield there by Child Hater was perfectly timed to block that ultimate there.
though it might actually be 2 Cups in a little bit of trouble as Karthik comes on in. 3 members from Mint just absolutely decimate Chimera's jungler, and they're going to go ahead and start this Herald up. Curious to see what lane they're going to bring it to, but with an Infernal up in 2 minutes 40 seconds here. The hopefully are going to see some utilization of dropping that Herald as the Dragon comes up. You know, just forcing that extra pressure somewhere else on the map to make those numbers disappear, to make it just all that much easier to pick up the next Dragon. So let's see where it's going to go. Can someone pick it up, please? Thank you, Karthik. Thank you, Karthik.
Don't want to be one of those people where you just like you take it and then you forget, because I feel like all those rotating game modes, it gives you Herald free. Like it would like go to whoever kills like Baron or Herald or whatever, it just like puts it in your inventory without having to pick up an item. So now you go to Summoner's Rift on a day like this, it's just like, oh yeah, oh wait, sorry, we gotta go pick it up. Give me a minute. But
Eyes on this bot lane. We'll see the Hawk shot. But 240B is back in his lane. And you can see how passively Wolven and Reef have got to play around this potential Pantheon stun. Crystal Arrow is off of cooldown, so we'll have to wait for that one. But in the top lane, we have Cup twice again up here looking for something. Paranoia is not yet ready. It's going to be close as they're going to try and pull this Trundle back into turret range. He takes another shot. We do have Killua trading on out with Ryan. A little bit of damage on that Galio. He's getting pretty scary, especially with those Merc treads. But look who's showing up to the mid lane. It's going to be the Glacial Prison coming on down, trying to find the knock up. The Chilling Smite will be there as well, too. Last little bit of damage. 240B. Support? Question mark? Who knows? He picks up another one in mid lane.
or no Pantheon. Yeah, that's not something you want to be seeing. You know, your team, you have 4 squishies on your team. And
boy.
Lethality
Hold that
Pantheon.
thought, though, Overcomer, because Child Hater is just going to be able to take down Hero 39 once again. Jelly in mid lane as well, too, doing some damage. But back to your point, buddy.
Yeah. You know, you have 4 really weak non-tanky champions versus a 4-0 lethality-based champion. So, although Pantheon is technically in that support role, you can see also partially from his build too, he's definitely going on that full lethality build. So, holding press the attack for that stun plus the triple auto off the powered auto. He's getting an instant press the attack proc into a massive burst damage from having full lethality on a very team.
Ooh. Chains of Corruption are going to be flashed away. That Crystal Arrow will go wide, though. Wolven forced to flash out of the stun coming in from 240B. Bit of exchanges here, but we're not quite done yet because look who's in the bot lane. Killua shows on up, and A-Ward will be there to clean up Wolven. Another kill picked up here from Mint. Binding from Ryan is going to go wide. Not quite able to land onto that Ashe, but got to be ready for that CC because the final spark is available. However, Chimeras with 1 member down means Mint are going to go ahead and start up this Infernal. I think Cloud Infernal goes into Mountain Soul, which, nope, it's not. It's not. It's another Ocean, which is really weird because last game was Cloud Mountain, and it went into Ocean anyway. So either way.
Well, I believe it's a 75%, 25% chance. So majority of the time you will see a specific pairing, but there's like the odd game will be a slightly different pairing.
Child Hater is making life very miserable for Hero right now in this top lane. Just constant harass, but Hero's done quite a good job of keeping up in CS regardless of what he's been dealing with. And now I think Mint realize what's been going on in this top lane. They're going to start to send numbers up towards potentially Hero, but I think the attention again is back onto Ryan. The Glacial Prison again is not going to let him go anywhere, and 240B picks up that kill, though. We do hear the Paranoia go off in this top lane. Hero 39 on a sliver of health will survive. Tower shot going to be hit by Child Hater, so we are keeping our eyes peeled on this as the Grand Starfall coming on in. The follow-up W to stun Child Hater on about a quarter health. Not going to be hit with that Q, and manages to get to the safety of his turret, but comes very close to getting picked off by 240B. He's now 5-0-1 on the Pantheon with a 500 gold shutdown and an Eclipse Overcomer. Holy crap.
Yeah,
oh, man.
And to top it all off, you know, he's sitting on roaming boot too, so he's less punished by doing these trades because he can get back to lane faster than anyone else in the game. So having these Mobies is kind of letting him be, okay, I'm going to run around, do this, that. Sure, I'm a little bit slow when the fight starts, but I'll just run back to lane by the time anything else actually has tried to happen.
Oh boy, Reef hightails it on out of the 3 members of Mint come ripping out of the jungle, and he's like, you know what? I'm good, guys. It's fine. I do not want to deal with this.
Thank you.
No, thanks. No, thank you.
I mean, you do see the CS leads are a lot closer this game than the last game. So they're definitely playing a lot better and not kind of letting that snowball lead happen that happened last game. But that said, you know, when you have a 6-0 bot lane, Mint is definitely sitting in a very comfortable position to kind of fight around these dragons. Sure, they lost the first Cloud Dragon, but from that first Fire Dragon now going into a Ocean Dragon at 2.5 minutes, and the majority of your gold sitting all in that bot lane, primarily on the Pantheon, but even having Ashe having her own kill. Now you're looking at keeping just that Ashe Pantheon alive for these dragon
Crystal
fights.
arrow though on the Woven, followed up by the Pantheon stun. A-Ward will pick up the kill. We do have Cup twice here to clean up. A-Ward gets the trade on back. 240B is going to be a little low as well too. In comes the Paranoia. Final Spark will go wide, and 240B will go down. Shutdown actually goes on to High Reef, which is going to be massive for them, but Killua using the hero's entrance to keep Karthik alive. I don't think they were going to overchase there. Maybe a little trigger happy on the R button there, but that was really nice by Chimeras to turn that around and get the shutdown gold from Pantheon onto High Reef.
Yeah, I actually don't think I know it was called out, but I think that was actually a perfect Lux ult. I was thinking back about like the play, like trying to go over what happened, and I'm pretty sure 240B actually used his E to block that Lux ult. Which, although it works, now you're down, and now you have a Varus with long range, and it's just you cannot sit at low health near Varus. So it was kind of I try to stay alive, but in the end, it didn't really work out for them. But that kind of, not to say a force of habit, I think that we kind of saw the same thing happen last game too, where Mint kind of got a massive lead, and then almost got to the comfort spot where Chimeras kind of turned around and started picking them off here or there. Just basically saying, hey, you can't disregard us yet, even though you're like way ahead. We'll still manage to get these kills here or there. Like, we know what we're doing.
Well, while all that was going down, A-Ward able to take down that mid-tier 1. The rest of Mint able to pick up the Herald. And this could mean a potential big fat mid push the way they are kind of stepping up right here. But we do see the Paranoia is going to get popped. Who's it going towards? They are looking for Karthik right now, but he has his team behind him ready to go. Crystal Arrow is going to be weaved through these two members here as we do have a potential fight breaking out. That's going to be the stun down on the Cup twice. He will get the Karma Shield to try and run away. Woven keeping him quite nice and alive for now. Look at Killua though, looking to go back in, re-engage. Not going to find anyone with that Mord pull, but the Bola comes on in. Ryan OG is caught in it, but the final spark almost able to take down Karthik. One last E from the Lux will do it. Ryan's OG does find the one, but that is all that's going to be exchanged in there is just Karthik. He will be taken down, but there is a dragon on the map. Chimeras really need to step up and force this one if they want to go for it, but 240B will find Wolfen stepping up a little too close to that bush. That's the scary part of this Ocean Drake, is that there is lots and lots of bushes all over the place with Child Hater here. He's going to run out of his spell shield. Beautifully timed by Killua. 240B finds himself yet another kill. Come on, you got to share a couple here, buddy. 7-1-2 on the Pantheon.
I mean, it's... I don't know what I would be doing or what I'd be like going through my head right now if I was on Chimera. You know, you're looking at this level 10 7-1 Pantheon who, although is the support, he's definitely making these team fights not impossible, but he's not afraid to get that stun off on a single target and then just put his E up to tank all of your damage. So as Chimeras, you know, you have to not just be focusing on, it's like, hey, Pantheon's here, we can kill him, but you can't. So instead of focusing all that damage on that main front line for the Pantheon after he dives in, you should instead be looking to like, hey, how can we punish Ashe? How can we punish the Gallia? How can we punish the Sejuani? Because you know you're not going to be damaging that Pantheon anytime soon, and then only be looking at the Pantheon once you see his E wear off. Because otherwise he's just going to get free trades like that bush where he kind of just sat in the bush and then just like you jump on and you're just dead.
It does make things very scary when, you know, this is one of the caveats about the Pantheon is that he does tend to fall off after the early game. But when he's 7-1-2, well, that's a brutal threat that you're going to have to be dealing with on top of the rest of what Mint are bringing to this team. Like, you look at what's going on, right? 2-1-2 on the Ashe. That's definitely not bad to be at. You know, you got a little bit of gold. You've already got your 2 first items. Killua with 8 assists. So, you know, maybe taking a step back from that main carry in the mid lane and just enabling his team massively. I mean, the hero's entrance is fantastic to add to shields, but if you do manage to catch somebody in that knockup, it becomes very, very brutal to get on out. However, you will have Child Hater initiating this one with the Paranoia. The pillar is going to come up, but that will be Mordekaiser trying to take one of them to the realm. However, I believe that Spell Shield was used just in time. Child Hater going to be able to take him down before that final spark can come on through, and 240B gonna be the sole survivor of that one. However, in the mid lane, though, look at A-Ward able to take down Wolven. We will have Shelly coming on in, the TP to follow up as well, too. Mint looking to make their push, the flash away from High Reef to stay alive and stay out of that glacial prison, but the follow-up from Killua, beautiful taunt, and just lays the smackdown onto this Varus. Now, Shelly gonna be able to get a second charge here onto the mid inhibitor turret. She's going on in, will immediately get taken out by Cup twice, but a little bit of trade coming in from back and forth, so Chimeras find that top turret. They are able to take down Hero 39. However, the rest of Mint have their attention shifted towards that mid lane. Crack it open just a little bit more.
Yeah, and you know, Mint sitting at this roughly about just under 5k gold lead. You know, they're kind of like, how can we push our advantage? And you saw there, it's like they didn't, you know, they saw the moment that Chimeras had committed 2 people top lane.
A-Ward's in some major trouble right now. He's got nowhere to go. The Everfrost comes through to lock him down fully, and Ryan's going to pick up that kill. I did have a point I was going to say, Overcomer.
Yeah.
Lost it. So go ahead. What do you? What's going on
So,
with the brain of yours?
So it was just, you know, Chimera had to commit 2 people to kill Hero there. Yeah, or they actually committed 3 people initially. As you saw, the Lux was there as well. So they essentially had, it was a 3v2 top lane, which is why they're like, okay, here, let's just push mid lane then. And then Hero dies for it, you know, the Pantheon gets out, but now you get their whole team grouping mid lane, whereas Chimeras are kind of forced to respond to this, and that allows Shelly to get that first tower and also get that second charge off without being punished too heavily, as it also allowed Min to take up some kills.
Up twice is getting found out by Karthik, but who's finding who is now the Paranoia. You can hear from back there as the Lux final start will be popped, but Cup twice was taken to the Shadow Realm. He's going to be taken so low. He feels the flash, and Hero getting some revenge for all the attention that's been sent up to his lane, but no. Chimera's 3 members there strong will just melt him on down. So 1-for-1 trade, top for Mint for the jungle from Chimeras. And not too much else to be found on this map right now. We do have Child Hater waiting in the bushes here for Killua. Gonna get the knockup as well too, trying to land that spell shield. He is going to be able to find the taunt off, so Killua trying to make his way on out of here. Child Hater, though, on the chase. Couple autos will finish it on off, and Killua will fall to this Nocturne, who's now 5-2-1. Really, really, really strong in that Nocturne. I think definitely one of the major influences here for Chimera's success so far, but it is still an ever so slight lead here for Mint in terms of gold, up about 4k, up 4 kills, up a dragon as well too, and we do have the next ocean up in 30 seconds, so I think this one's going to be important for either team, for Mint to try and get to that soul, or for Chimeras to try and slow down this tempo that Mint have been building themselves. And they're doing okay relatively, you know, finding a few picks here and there. Again, going back to that punish on Mint for playing, maybe overplaying their hand a little bit here and there. We'll have to see around this dragon Overcomer.
Yeah, and I mean, similar to last game, you know, they've kind of kept that gold lead to about 5. Not really letting...
Oh my, the Ashe arrow on the Cup twice there. Gonna find the Meteor Divining coming down as well too. That's gonna be a massive final spark as in goes Child Hater to the back line looking for A-Ward. He's gonna pull off, but you see the damage that A-Ward is trying to put down. You can see the big bullet from Sejuani as well too. Mint looking to come out on top of this one. They're finding all the wins all around. They separate these members of Chimera and pick them off methodically. Mint come out 4-0 on that. They're going to pick up the dragon as well too, put themselves to soul point for Ocean. And my goodness, we're seeing a little bit of repeat what happened game 1, which was, you know, a great initiation coming in from Chimeras, but Mint have the answers for it.
And they're definitely, you know, you get those shot calls coming in. It's like, hey, like, use your ult here, use this here. Kilo getting a 3-man knock up there on the heroic entrance and just being like, okay, this team fight, like, we haven't lost the team fight. It's like, they focus one target at a time, and there's not much Chimeras can do when you have essentially 5 sets of 5v1s. So as great as their engage seems to be in all these team fights, you know, Mint's turning around and sitting, being like, okay, and
Oh, 240p is just, oh god. Okay.
a little being aggressive there again.
I get what he was trying to do. He's trying to stop somebody coming for peak on this Baron, but the Baron's gone. You know your team's going to take it. I don't know why he's still standing in that bush. But still 4 members from Mint going to be wearing that big purple buff. Let's see what they can get done with it. They still definitely need to watch out for this Nocturne. Like, in that last fight, Overcomer, Child Hater had a direct path to A ward, and even if this Ashe isn't doing the most damage right now, I think he should have just stayed on the Ashe, because at that point, A ward was just firing shots onto Give Me a Cup twice. And that Nocturne, as soon as he got there, he walked away. And you know, that just allowed Mint to keep doing whatever they did, but you know, I think there needs to be some more solid focus coming into the Chimeras, because they look a little lost in those fights. When things start to get chaotic, you gotta have that focus. You gotta know who you're picking off, or you end up with fights like that where Mint split you off into groups and say, all right, let's do this. Let's clean things up.
It's like, yeah, exactly. I mean, I know we also kind of talked about it in draft too, but you know, Mint's primary source of damage is going to be A ward. Although it might not show it, you know, that Ashe DPS and that Ashe
direct hit with the Glacial Risen. Cup twice is going to lose a little bit of health, but we'll make it out. We'll come back to that point in a second, Overcomer, because it seems we are having a little bit of a party on this bot half of the map. That tier 1 is getting quite low. A couple more autos will do it. We're actually seeing some resets coming through for Chime. Oh, they're going to cancel them. They're going to cancel them. Okay. Bot tier 1 goes down. That's all for now. Final Spark will do, wow, a lot of damage to this wave. An incredible amount. And that thing, I'm just gonna pan over to Lux for a sec. It's on a 33-second cooldown. So we really want to see this put to use, but we can see Child Hater. Maybe he was listening in, looks for A ward, but Hero 39 is right there beside him. That Crystal Arrow is gonna get flashed away here by Child Hater. So managed to stay alive for a little while longer, but still wearing that Baron buff for another 40 seconds. Let's see if they can push it into this mid tier. This mid inhibitor turret, which is only surviving with about a third of its health right now. See, Cup twice, maybe looking to get something started here as well, too. The pillar will come up. Hero 39's caught in a little bit of an awkward spot, but he's going to take Cup twice to the Shadow Realm. In goes Karthik. Hero's entrance to follow on up. All of that. Cup twice goes on down, and that's going to be the Chains of Corruption used, but it's just not in time. Mint is able to get on top of you before it even comes on out, and High Reef will drop. Now Mint pushing on in with this Baron buff. They're looking to take the inhibitor turret. They're looking to take this inhibitor next. I don't believe they can end quite yet, but you got Nocturne all the way up at the top here, and the base is getting shredded apart here. They're going to switch their attention to this bot tier 2. Look, just to keep patting themselves with gold. Honestly, at this point, we've got ourselves about a 9k. It's about to be a 10k gold lead once this tower is taken. See, it goes down there. 10k lead, 6 towers to 1. Mint have gone from a little bit of a lead to an absolute steamroll here with the tempo they have created.
Yeah, and then this is also a great display of what you want to be looking for in series like this. You know, just because you have leads doesn't mean you can play in that comfort zone, as we've seen Mint get kind of caught out a few times playing too comfortably. But as you can also see, they're kind of methodically just kind of starving off Chimeras of their gold. You know, instead of pushing towards trying to get these Nexus towers, they're kind of overstaying. They're immediately rotating from that inhib down to that bot lane, just kind of going tower for tower for tower, and not being like, oh, let's just see how long we can say, oh, we can win a team fight here. Why not? Let's just keep pushing this Nexus. But instead, they're pushing these advantages in as many lanes as they can to reduce those safe zones for Chimeras, so that the farther Chimeras try to extend, the easier it will be for Mint going forward to win these team fights, and kind of just being like, okay, we can just kind of end on our own terms.
Look how scary this is, too. Just no vision right now for Chimeras walking into their own jungle. And that's going to be the Crystal Arrow landing actually onto Ryan there. Follow up with the Bola. They're going to be able to take down this Lux immediately. Paranoia back onto A-Ward, though. Can they find this Ashe 2-member strong here, trying to take him out? They will be able to take down A-Ward, but at what cost? Because he got the rest of Mint coming back to support you. Yes, Chimeras do finally execute what I've been talking about, able to find that Ashe, but they lose 3 members. They're about to lose a 4th as Reef is just blasted away by 240B. Mint looking to end it right now, put themselves to match point as they're going to make their siege onto these Nexus turrets. In they come, Overcomer. One's going to go down in a couple seconds here. They're maybe looking to try and pick off Woven as well, too. That timers from Ryan is going to be off, so we've got to watch for that final spark. They're flashing on in, but Nexus Tower is getting lower and lower and lower. What's going to be the answer? One final spark will not be able to do it. Mint take game number 2.
Yeah, that's I mean, a 10-2 Pantheon versus a 1-4, or I guess 1-3 at the time Varus. That'll do it today. Getting even flashing when you can't flash that stun. I think that's kind of something that many players attempt to do, and then they always realize at the end they'll end up actually dying to it. Is that once Pantheon's mid W animation, the stun's going off, no matter what you choose to do. If it's a Gale Force, if it's any form of dash or if you use your flash, the moment he leaps up in the air, that stun will land the moment he hits the ground, whether or not you were at the base of where he lands. And so you kind of have to get to a point where you just have to respect that stun and be like, okay, I can't let you come anywhere near me or else I'm dead.
Absolutely, and that's the one thing about making the Pantheon work. You have to get it rolling early. You have to, or he just will completely fall off the frickin' Grand Canyon. And we saw the absolute insane roams coming in from 240B that game. I mean, there's just no other way of putting it, is that he was facilitating what happened in that mid lane. We did see, a little bit more harass. I don't think we saw it early enough from the bot lane of Chimeras. Is when the enemy support is roaming, you essentially just want to be starving the enemy ADC of every single CS. You need to be walking up. I did see a little bit of that coming in from Woven when we hit the mid game, when 240B was still walking and roaming around. They just forced him off, and that's where we saw the Varus start to catch up quite a bit in CS. But I think that needs to be addressed much earlier on, and not let that Ashe get to a point where she's semi-comfortable for the build that she was at, but you need to be looking to get yourself an advantage, knowing that support is somewhere else on the map and getting stuff done.
Yeah, and also there's just there is the aspect of freezing versus pushing a wave, and when your Pantheon support is roaming, Ashe is only going to be looking to freeze that wave under her tower.
Absolutely.
And so if you're able to not only zone off the Ashe, but if you're able to freeze that wave under your tower, not only does that make it such an easier gank on this Ashe who's by themselves, it's much easier to deny CS when you have the wave on your side. But I believe that they actually ended up pushing their wave more often than freezing their wave, which is why that whole early game, the Ashe was able to keep so far ahead in CS, even in a 1v2 lane.
Well, we'll have to see what the answer back from the Chimeras are going to be in our third game. There is a vote for player of the game currently up in chat right now. You got about 3 minutes left on that. Tokens have also been dealt out, but we are going to take a quick break, and when we hop back, we'll be getting into potentially match point as Mint are up 2-0. Chimeras need to find something right now, or it'll be all over. But we will see what happens when we come back. See you soon.
Take me, take me.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We got, well, I wouldn't call it a second player of the game, but it's player game from game number 2. It's 240B once again on support Pantheon. Going 10, 2, and 4. This is absolutely crazy stuff coming in from 240B, just playing out of his mind tonight. So really love to see some support love up on the player of the game. So we are about to head into game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. This is match point for Mint. If they win here, they are going to be punching their tickets into quarterfinals against RFG next week. So without any further ado, let's flip it on over to the draft. We've got a little bit of a switch up here, so let's check it out. So going to be Mint back on the blue side. They have the side selection for game number 3, so they are opting for that. Kamara's switching it up a little bit, sending High Reef into the mid lane. Ryan's OG down into ADC. So let's see how this works out for them, Overcomer.
Yeah, I know High Reef has a very dominant mid lane styled play. I've both seen and actually played against myself. Reef being in that mid lane, and he definitely can be very controlling and being kind of very snowbally pre 20 minutes. So it will be interesting to see what this little switch up will be like, and I'm a little curious to see why they waited till game 3 to do the switch up, compared to testing out that 2 games in a row with their previous lineup. But as you can see from these bans, they are both teams kind of keeping the similar bans that we saw from last game, because they know it works for them and they know what they don't want to be facing.
And very similar bans to what we've seen throughout the night, except the Nocturne actually going to be targeted this time. The Zac also taken away, and Mint using their B1 to pick up that Hecarim. So we have not seen that, I believe, yet tonight. I'm just going to hold on. Nope. We have not seen the Hecarim quite yet. I was just popping through back through the past drafts there, but that is definitely a strong B1. There's a lot of stuff that you can pair with this Hecarim, but LBK going to go back for that Trundle once again. Possibly onto Cup twice. They might potentially want to put it back onto him. He did pretty damn well with those pillar plays we saw a couple times. They did come into play, especially catching out Hero in that top lane, locking him down for Child Hater to really clean up those fights. So let's see if they're going to be putting that attention towards top lane once again. But that will be the R1 for LBK. Again, potential flex towards jungle top. However, Samira going to be the pickup here. And that, I believe, I don't know. Maybe that is something that Ryan's does play. So I'm excited to see this one down on the bot side now.
One thing, we'll find out when Mint decides to lock in their picks here, but I do know Hero 39 can play the Shen, and we have seen the Galio come out Kilo already, and those are both very strong picks with a Hecarim. So that is one route that they can possibly take, as they could look for either a Shen or a Galio for this upcoming team draft, as they have proven that they want to go for those combos and they want to go all in dives. And both those picks are something that the teams can use.
Ooh, a little bit of pickle. A little bit of dill pickle there. All right. Pyke locked in. First time we're going to see that. I would expect that to be going to 240B with that Syndra coming in as well. That is one of Killua's, I wouldn't say his most popular picks, but he can definitely play the Syndra to some of its highest abilities, I would say. He's very adept at landing, well, all the skill shots that he needs to.
Yeah, the accuracy of some of his skill shots are like almost mind-blowing. It's just like, oh wait, you actually hit that? Wait, what? I guess we're going in then. And you kind of see like the players that when they land skill shots that like kind of make you like blink twice, and it's like, wait, hold up, that hit? And then it's just like, oh, it's kind of just like a free engage almost, because no one really expects certain abilities to go off the way that these players can make them go off.
Again, targeting Child Hater, though, they take away the Scion and the Dr. Mundo. Mordekaiser also going to be banned away from Hero this game. So, again, we have seen in Game 1 the importance of this R4 pick. Are you going to show your hand, or are you going to keep that as a Galio flex? This is where things need to be very, very salient here, which would mean I would say pick something that can flex between top and jungle. No, pick a mid. And I mean, I've seen a couple Ziggs ADC. This could be something crazy, like sending Samira mid for high reef. But the Vayne is going to come in here for A ward. And oh my goodness. Is that going to be the Ornn? No, Maokai. Okay. All right, big tanky stuff.
This is going to be an interesting team fight that they have. They don't quite have the same amount of lockdown potential that they had in Game 1 and Game 2. So Mint is, honestly, I think they're sitting a little more on that pick potential. You have the Hecarim ultimate to kind of divide up the Chimeras. You have the Pyke who can get those executes to help kill teammates, or help give that gold to teammates as you kill off enemies one by one. The Syndra ult is only useful onto one target, and the Vayne can only get her passive Silver Bolt onto one target at a time as well. So,
ooh, Viego comes into. I would have
looked heavily on a pick comp almost. I would feel.
Here's what I feel though. If you're gonna go the Viego, you might as well lock it in as that R4 because it still technically hides jungle top. Even mid it hides it there. You're not too sure what's gonna go because that Galio could be flexed still. That Viego could be flexed. But again, Ziggs comes in, gives you a little bit of a better idea of, it's most likely gonna be Ziggs mid, I would think, with Samira Galio bot. That's the safest thing that they could do here. Crazy thing they could do is send Ziggs mid, send Ziggs ADC and Samira ADC as Samira mid. See, even my brain can't comprehend. I'm tongue-tying myself because to me, in this case, I don't think that would be the call. But we'll have to see where everybody ends up. So let's flip it on over to the client here. We are going to have predictions open up in just a little bit, but this will give us a better idea of where these guys are going to be taking some of these champions into game number 3 here. So
I think Chimeras did definitely do a better draft as well for this game compared to that Game 1 draft. But they are still a lot of all-in based on this current draft. You're sitting on a Samira who is kind of, you need to stack up those stats to get that S-style before getting the axe for that ultimate, which you want to be in kind of the middle of all of Mint before getting that ult off. And then you have that kind of Ziggs follow-up to kind of just ult from wherever he's standing, not necessarily having to be all in. But then you have that diving in from Viego, who's kind of trying to get up close and in your face. So now you're sitting at 2 champions, both the Samira and Viego, kind of being up close to your face with just the follow-up heroic entrance from that Galio. Meanwhile, you have lockdown from the Maokai, you have the Syndra who can also get some good stuns, you have stuns from the Pyke, as well as good isolation from the Hecarim ultimate and the Pyke hooks. So there is a very good chance that Mint will do a similar playstyle that we saw Game 1 and Game 2, kind of running around looking for those kills everywhere. But this time they have a much more pick style comp where it's like we kill one person here, we kill one person there. Okay, now we're doing not just let's look for 5v5s everywhere we want, but rather they're going to kind of look for that Trundle. They're going to look for that Galio and Ziggs and kind of be like, okay, I'm not going to let you do anything from range. And they're going to force the kind of Viego and Samir to be like, how can we get into their team without being picked off by this Syndra?
Yeah. And we do see that Viego going top into the Maokai. So I think, again, Child Hater has been definitely standing out as the player to watch on this. Where are you in my champion library? There you are. So I think this is going to be probably a harder lane for Hero to deal with. Just how ridiculous Viego can be at times. So let's see what is going to happen up there. I honestly expect him to play a little bit safe. And again, as we've seen, just allow his team to do a lot of that heavy lifting and him be there as the big, beefy tank that, come late game, it does become very hard to deal with. The his ultimate is going to be really tough to deal with too. And I would say, you save that for those dragon fights, for those Baron fights. It kind of engulfs the entire river. You don't have anywhere to go. And I mean, I actually now I have an even bigger question. Does the wind wall from Samira block the Maokai ulti? Because I don't know if it's considered a projectile. That's the question I have.
That is a good question. I mean, if something like a thresh hook or like a blitzcrank hook and like that type of thing, if those are considered projectiles, I feel like the Maokai one is. Um, but I guess we'll have to just wait and see how they play that. But whether or not that does get blocked off, Samira can actually time her wind wall if she's attentive, and you can actually you could kind of bait out that Syndra ultimate onto a medium to low health Samira, and now suddenly you do that wind wall, and Syndra's lost the majority of her damage of the burst style of her kit, and then at that point it's almost forcing Killua back out of a fight, as Syndra in an extended fight kind of loses strength once that ultimate gets burst.
Yep. But with this, we do have that countdown here, and we are opening up predictions. So those of you watching at home, start placing your bets. What are you going to think? Will Chimeras be able to take one back here and bring us to that game 4? Or Mint going to be taking it all home right here, punching their tickets to semis. Not semis, sorry, quarters next week.
Quarters. It's hard to say. I mean, based on what we've seen so far, I'm kind of still leaning towards Mint. You have Vayne for that late game, so that Trundle, that Galio won't really last too long in fights. But you have that Pyke, you have that Syndra, who are both really good at picking off targets and isolating people, as well as the Hecarim, who's not afraid to just be like, okay, run in, and now we can like have one person run essentially feared towards the rest of the team. So they're definitely sitting on that pick style comp, and as we saw them in both game 1 and game 2, they were like running 4-man, 5-man through Chimera's jungle. Whether or not they found kills, they weren't afraid to do those throughout the game, even if it meant giving up a little bit of their laning states. So with the comp they've drafted, that can definitely be a little more beneficial to them this game. But I think the extended fights actually go towards Chimeras, as you have that Viego gets those resets. A Viego turning into a Syndra to get free stuns off, or turning into that Hecarim to kind of catch off a mispositioned player. Or same can be said for any other Mint player. Those resets can become very dangerous, especially getting that free cast of his ultimate every time it happens. And then we have already seen Cup get really good pillar position, so that also will help with the lockdown of the positioning for these players. One combo that the Chimeras have to be aware of, though, is that it is still a Vayne, and the pillar from Trundle is considered terrain. So any mispositioned pillar from the Trundle could cause a free stun from a ward to get a free kill off of one of these squishier targets.
I'm thinking, if that Viego is able to do some soul stealing, there's a lot of good stuff that he can take, especially a ward's Vayne. Those silver bolts are going to freaking hurt if we manage to get a hold of that and start chasing you around. But I think we need to keep our eyes on the person who's been player of the game twice now tonight. 240B on the Pyke. From my experience against good Pyke players, and especially in this case a heavy roaming support, you got to keep your eyes on him. You got to have that vision up. You got to know he is going to be looking for those kills once he hits 6. And the biggest part of it is that he gets to share gold with his team. So last game we saw him take a lot of kills from mid. This time, he picks a champion that can share the load. But we'll have to see how it all unfolds, if Chimera can pull one back right now, or if Mint are going to be going home with the victory. We'll see you in a few minutes, guys, as we hop onto the Rift. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the LAS Premade Playoffs. We got game number 3 just starting up right now. Mint are currently at that match point, looking to close things out right now. So Chimeras need a big win here if they want to keep those playoff dreams alive, but we're already seeing some potential shenanigans coming on in here as Child Hater is up here, is going to spot out 240B, but 240B also spots him out. The hook will come through. Child Hater going to get jumped on and just taken down. First blood goes to Mint. This time, though, it's going to go to A-Ward. And if I've said this once, I've said this 1,000 times, Overcomer. You need that gold on Vayne, and to start her off with first blood means you are shaving off that timer. That 30-minute timer that is generally expected here for Vayne's once she comes online in the mid-game, or sorry, in the late game. You're just shaving off those minutes and bringing her one step closer to being that late-game threat. So this is such a great start for Mint.
Yeah, and I mean, for Child Hater in that position, I mean, as much as you want to save the flash, it was a little bit late of action. It would have been, I think, a lot smarter to put that ward down, either in the river or in the bush, and not have to stand directly in that bush himself. But after being caught out there, you know, it would be better to let the channel happen and then use your flash instead, because you know that they're going to be looking for that kill, and just trying to channel your way out of it is not going to be a guaranteed escape, whereas your flash is a more guaranteed escape for you, as much as it puts your laning phase behind.
Yeah. Absolutely. You gotta respect that early game. I call them shenanigans. Some people may call them something other, but it is a great start right now. And you know, we do see Stain actually. She picked up the longsword already. Interesting. All right, so an extra little bit of damage there. But you gotta know that 240B is okay. The flash being used by Wolven. Anyways. You got to know that 240B is going to be roaming sometime soon. And I really want to see Wolven and Brian step up to force a ward off this wave. They got to be able to force this Vayne away. But Hero is taking so much damage from that Viego up top. Child Hater really doing great to dealing with this matchup so far. And this is kind of what we expected from this top matchup, especially in this early game. But we see a little bit of knockup coming in from Wolven, though. Will get rooted on down by 240B. A little bit of trade coming through from A-Ward as well, too. Wolven taken quite low off of that exchange.
Yeah, and that's a little aggressive there, I think, on his part, especially now that his flash is down from that little miss earlier. Even though you're by your tower range, you still can't be looking for those dash taunts this early, as you're dashing in right beside a wall, where a level 3 Vayne can just get an easy stun off on you, and you'll be separated. Samir.
So we are now 3.5 minutes into this game. First blood has already been taken. We are going to see yet another cloud to start this game off, Overcomer. So very exciting stuff. I know. But I mean, it will be nice to have the, again, like like we mentioned,
Yeah.
have those early buffs on you if they're able to go for it. Hasn't been. Oh my goodness! Hold on, we'll hold that thought right now. Woven is going to get locked down right now. A lot of damage coming onto him from AWAR, but in comes Ryan to trade it on back before they can find the kill, or at least no, they do find the 1-for-1. But now Ryan, all by himself, gets hooked on back by 240B, and Karthik is here to clean it up. Ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of Mint. Yes, they do end up losing AWAR, but 2 kills picked up there. 1 for the Pike, 1 for the Hecarim, and overall, kind of what you want in this early game. Still not that much of a gold lead, only about 1.5k right now for Mint. Hero really needs to be careful here because Child Hater is going to just hunt him down as Viego. He does get the root down, but at that point, you are too far past that turret. Child Hater finds the solo kill up top.
Yeah, and that's one thing I find a lot of people don't actually realize with Conqueror Viego is that even without items, like he's only sitting on a Doran's Blade. Right? He doesn't even have any form of damage items yet, and yet just Conqueror plus that passive that allows him to get those multiple double autos off, and those auto resets off the W is that you can basically stack your Conqueror, and against a tank like Maokai, who is running Grasp, it's kind of just like okay, I get bonus damage, a little bit of healing, and any form of extended trade just ends up healing Viego more than it does hurt him.
See the hooks coming out as well too, so that is not going to land, at least this one. But we do. I mean, that's a really good point actually brought up by Banana in chat there. Just how fast that Viego is able to get his Conqueror going off of one rotation of his ability. So there are a few champions out there like that where it's like, oh my god, you stack Conqueror already? Oh no. Oh, I am in some major danger right now. So I think Hero needs to be very careful trading in with Child Hater or being anywhere near this wave. Because we might see a repeat of what just happened. It just reminds me of another champion too. Comes to mind.
Yeah.
Styles, Yorick.
Yep.
Just
Yeah,
the
I
fact
know
it's
it.
like, how did you stack that so fast? But
I believe with people can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe on Viego, if you auto Q, auto W, auto, your Conqueror is stacked. Between the auto resets off your passive, between your Q and your W. I believe that sometimes, I think I might be one more auto after that. But as quick as that is, those abilities don't hinder your auto attack. So you can kind of that's essentially getting like 7 auto attacks, basically within 1 second. If you kind of time your abilities like resets and you cancel your animations in time. So not many players can react fast enough for it.
what we're looking for right now, though, is 240B trying to get some engage. Karthik was down here, but that's Samira able to dash away, and now there will be nothing found. Actually, they might go for this. They're going to go for this dragon here. Not too sure where Cup Twice is at right now. Hero 39 again. Got to be careful. That Conqueror is fully stacked, buddy. Be careful there, my friend. We'll back on off. Child Hater again, not making this lane easy for them. Really, throughout this entire series, have just been harassing the crap out of Hero 39. So it's been very tough, top-wise, when Child Hater's been all over him like this. But while that's being discussed, Dragon is picked up here for the side of Mint, and we will see an Ocean Drag second, which means it's not an Ocean Soul this time. Can't be.
So
Mathematically, cannot be.
Yeah, so I mean, one thing that you do see with, a Maokai can be denied so much, and yet all he really needs late game is that ultimate. When you're building a full tank Maokai, all your usefulness towards your team resides mainly in your lockdown potential, which comes from that ultimate and that W. And so while we see him getting denied all this top lane due to the Viego, we do know late game, and based off of how Mint has been playing tonight, that you get those river fights by Dragon or by Baron, and all he's going to need to do is press R, press W, and then they'll have their target they need, and then after that he's just going to be that meat shield to soak up all that damage from the Viego and the Tamira to help keep that Vayne and Pike alive.
Bots in some trouble right now, though. That hook is going to get blocked by the wind wall, but Killua still looking for some more. Getting a little bit of poke back from Ryan's. Is trying to walk on out of this. There are numbers coming down here from Chimera, so we're going to see probably a big fight about to break out here. But the question is going to be, who's going to make that first step? Who's going to make that first engage? But looks like Mint are still hanging around. Chimeras have retreated back through the river. Things get a little aggressive. You know, Mint are not afraid to be the ones to step on top. But are here in the pings. That hook is going to land onto Ryan's. Going to keep on walking on out. Trundle still hovering within this jungle. Going for that Scuttles. Actually, he seems to be the target now. Scuttle will be taken away, and Trundle's just going to run his way out of there. So, interesting turnaround here. Just playing around in the jungle, but no kills will be found. I do want to mention, though, I did notice it again, where 240B is rotating, and these members of Chimera are not stepping up to deal with him. Not going to go step up 2v1 into A-Ward. So, we really got to see more of that. We're still pretty early on in this game, but you got to be punishing that Vayne when she's by herself. You just got to.
Especially Vayne, because Vayne's weakest point in any stage of League of Legends is this early game. And so, when you don't have that...
Oh my goodness, that's going to be the Pike dropping down the kill. He finds one, going to be sharing the goal, but look at Ryan's OG with the Inferno trigger. Going to get condemned back by A-Ward. So 1-for-1 supports get traded out. A-Ward, though, final hour is popped. He's trying to find something else as we have another fight breaking out on the top half of the map. Kilowatt caught out in his jungle. Will be taken down. That final kill goes on over to High Reef on the Ziggs. And this time, we are going to see Chimera taking this Herald for the first time this series. So they will pick that and secure it for themselves as a bunch of kills coming out across the map here. It's a little bit of a bloody one to start off.
Yeah. That was definitely a really good pick there. You know, it started off with them catching out Hero 39. And a great Ziggs ultimate there from High Reef.
NB is looking for some more. They're not going to land the hook, but that will be Karthik trying to find it. Will be able to find it. Takes down Cup twice. Is 240B going to go ahead and deal with the rest of this Herald. Karthik still on the Cheech. Will get blasted back by the Satchel. Now you got Hero. Being the aggressor this time, we do see the Executioner actually built for Child Hater, but Brambles and Steel Caps, tabbies, they're tabbies and all of our hurts, are going to be picked up. So the Maokai is starting to get a little bit more tanky, Overcomer.
Yeah, and you can kind of see, you know, the Viego's doing well to keep trading. However, his trades are definitely getting closer to his own end of the tower compared to the side of Mint, as it was for that first little while. But it is going to be, I think, as the later the game goes, you know, Child Hater is going to not be able to solo Hero 39 unless he can find those snowball and keep getting some picks off on anyone from Mint. If he can keep Hero 39 behind, then he definitely has somewhat of an advantage, as the tankiness from Maokai plus the lockdown will not bode well once you add in the rest of Mint to come deal with this Viego. And so unless Viego can somehow find a little bit of a snowball early, it will be quite difficult for him to get too much pressure.
There's something here. A little bit of damage onto Chimera is going to force them away from this. As you see, the Ocean Drake is up and on the map. A little bit of action going on in this river as Cup twice looking for Killua right now. High Reef is there as well too. He flashes forward, but that will be the knockback. But Mega Inferno Bomb will find the kill. Hero 39 has rotated down as well too. And look at the rotation actually coming in from Mint. High Reef will sidestep that hook, but A-Ward coming on in. Pike picks up the kill though. Shares a little bit of the love with his team as Mint picking up 1-for-1 there. Chimera's also able to take out Killua, but this is going to give Mint this prio over the Dragon here. So they're going to go look for the second one of the game. Going to look to pick up an Ocean. It would be crazy if it was Infernal, but no, it will be a Mountain Soul this game. Either way, whichever team is able to pick up the Soul, I think it'll be beneficial to either one, but
Yeah.
Mint are really doing well this early game.
I think Mountain Dragon is actually super effective this game, as neither team is overly on the tanky side. Both teams sitting with only 2 tanks. So this Mountain Soul will be really useful for these squishier carries, as it will help not determine as much, but it'll help slow down either side from these kind of bursts. Pyke not being able to execute champions as early, but also, you know, the Samira not being able to just kind of go in with her ultimate and just burn down HP bars as fast.
Got a follower from a very interesting name. But this, what I was just seeing there in bot lane, I just wanted to bring this up too before I saw the follow come in. It seems like there was a little bit of miscommunication really on both ends there. There was an opportunity, I think, for either side to find a kill onto either ADC, but just a little bit of that miscommunication. But now, again, you do not have a spike in the lane. Now we're starting to see it as Ryan's looking to go on in. Wolven going to get condemned on back as we do have 240B again sitting in this mid lane, looking to try and make something happen. But that what we just saw from Chimeras. We need to see more of that. Force the Vayne off the wave, get her out of there when you know that Pyke is down.
Yeah, and it's I mean, I think they're kind of starting to learn their lesson too, as even the goalie sitting at about, and the kills are tied even at 15 minutes at 6-6, whereas in both game 1 and game 2, Mint usually had at least a 3 or 4 kill lead, I'm pretty sure. So definitely seeing a lot better of an early game here from.
Doing his best to hold his own against Viego, though there is quite a bit of a CS disparity going on up in that top lane, which, you know, you might expect for a Viego versus Maokai matchup. Gonna be not so easy for this Maokai to deal with all the damage coming in from Viego. Just the risk of stepping up into that wave is pretty scary enough, and might be even scarier the fact that Cup Twice is up here. Gonna wait for this wave to come on in, but now here he goes. Child Hater is there. The root back on to this Trundle. We are going to see the roots come through, but it's just not enough. Almost able to find the trade with those turret shots, but no. That will be Hero 39 picked on off there. See the Heartbreaker to go on back on over the wall, but will not keep alive. However, High Reef not in the best of spots right now. Dropping on down. The Death from Below. I believe that's what it's called. Death from Below. Yes, it is. See, I remember my alt names. My goodness. Every time a Pyke gets a kill, though, that gold is being shared with his team, and that is so damn massive. I believe Karthik just cashed that one in, so
Yep.
that's so nice. We do see it, though. This is probably the closest game we have seen so far, though, Overcomer. 7-7. The gold is in favor of Chimeras right now, but is those two early dragons on the side of Mint. So, again, relatively even, but you know, at an even point, you can't take that as a bad thing if you're Mint, especially with the Vayne, because all the Vayne needs to go is stay even into the late game, and then eventually you will hit your power spike here. But looking to step up into A-Ward. You have 240B back down here again to keep these members of Chimeras off their ADC, but he's looking to go on in. Ryan's OG is going to be jumped on right now. Look who's in the bot lane. Karthik going in with the unstoppable Onslaught of Shadows. Not unstoppable anymore. Onslaught of Shadows. He finds him here. A-Ward goes to clean it on up and takes down Wolven as well. 2 kills picked up here for Mint. Child Hater and Cup Twice, though, looking to trade it back on the top side. Hero 39 is getting low. He tries to get the knockback, flashes away from the pillar. Can he make it out to safety? That's going to be the Ziggs bomb dropping down as well, too. But Maokai shall live. The tree shall stand. Mint get away with it on this time. We do see this dragon coming up in 30 seconds, but Herald is going to get started up by Chimeras, while the bottom tier 1 will fall to A-Ward. Just a bunch of stuff happening all across the map, Overcomer.
Yeah, and you know, game 3 match point, you know, Chimeras have to put it all on the line here, as we are seeing a lot better of an early game, which this is the game, these are the early game stages that we wanted, game 1 and game 2. And I guess it's taken that early kind of that match point mentality, I guess, to kind of have them throw it all out there. But that doesn't mean that they can kind of sit comfortably, as, you know, Mint is now leading in kills. They are now working away on their 3rd dragon to put themselves at soul point.
Trying to. It's going to be close, though, as in comes Cup, but he's not able to quite find it. Now we got a big fight breaking out. Look at the back line, though. 240B is all over them. However, Chimeras finding some good kills here. Mint trading it right back as well, as 240B forced to flash on out of that one. Heartbreaker going back onto him. That's going to be the shutdown going to Child Hater. Now we got a 2v2. In the end, it ends up being a 3-for-3 trade. But this dragon goes on over to Mint. The Vayne stays alive, and now Mint are on soul point. Very close back and forth between these two guys, but that's tough to call who's really coming out on top of that. I think with the dragon, though, slight edge to Mint as Killua coming back to save his wave right now, coming back to save this turret. However, Shelly going to be spawned up. This mid turret's going to be going down.
Yeah. And you know, as good as the early game has been for Chimeras, and they've kept this gold lead real close, Mint is still sitting on the 2-kill gold lead as well as 3 dragons. And so the later this game goes, they will be able to push their advantage that much more, and they'll start scaling that much further as Chimeras are kind of going to be forced to respond to and adapt to the now getting tankier team of Mint. And just in general, even like having a Mountain Soul on a Vayne Pike is a lot harder to fight than most people think. It's like, oh, they're still squishy, we can still burst them. But getting that free resistance in those Mountain Dragons, and even that Bone Shield if they manage to claim this soul, is just, it stalls out fights so much. And only having kind of 2 real burst champions between the Ziggs and the Viego, that it's a lot harder to get their kits off.
I don't know if Hero's going to be making it out of this one. He's taken down fast, but we do have numbers coming in from Mint right now. 240B not going to be able to quite land that hook. Child Hater could be the potential next option here, but Chimeras, again, they catch Hero a little bit up and they punish him for it. And that's going to be bringing the kills now to 12-11. Still in favor of Mint, but very close. You see the gold lead is only about 500 at this point. But 240B going on into High Reef. He will get the stun off. Karthik looking to knock him back, actually out of that hook range. But A-Ward comes on in, tries to pick up a kill for this Vayne, but it goes on over to Karthik.
Yeah, and I mean, you're now sitting at a 5-1 Hecarim and the 3-1 Vayne, which is where you want to be. You also do have the 5 kills on Pike, which does make him very strong as well, and kind of able to use that ultimate a lot more deadly compared to a Pike who's not picking up those early kills. But you know, in response to that, Chimeras do have a 4-1 Viego as well as that 3-2 Trundle, and so they are both sitting on very strong carries, and that's why you're seeing a lot of this back and forth. Viego able to basically 1v1 any of the mid players at this point. You know, he's sitting on Divine Sunder, he's sitting on that Bork. And so you're at the point where you need to send 2 or 3 members for that Viego in order to kind of lock him down long enough without him getting those resets. But but to do that, that means you have to give up somewhere else, and that's where the Trundle can really come into play, and where you know, Chimeras are able to keep this map pressure up, is that they know that their Viego is strong enough to create so much top side pressure just from that split push, that it's kind of forcing Mint's hand to react to them, compared to allowing that Mint to kind of steamroll their leads across the map, as we saw them do in both Game 1 and Game 2.
And making good use of the Ziggs package as well too can be really beneficial if they're going to be looking for these big sieges. Trundle, another one of those champions that can really get some work done on towers, but he's actually looking for Karthik. This might be way overzealous for him to be going in this far. You don't have your team with you. Actually, the hero's entrance is going to come through from Wolven, but I don't know about... Oh, man, this is just not the fight you want to be taking. Chimeras, they are going to get hit down. Pike ult comes in just a little bit too early, but A-Ward is the one to pick both those kills up. You're just handing kills on over to the Vayne, and you can't afford to be doing it when things are this close.
Yeah, I mean, even when you're looking, you're only down 2 kills at the time, right? You're looking for this play. You're like, how can I make this thing happen? But you also need to keep in mind, like, you have 3 towers to 1. Like, you have the slow push advantage. Yes, you do kind of get outscaled by that Vayne late game, but a majority of your damage comes from that late game. You know, Ziggs being able to burst down Vayne, burst down Pike, as he kind of completes those builds, and Viego kind of being able to solo kill anyone that he chooses, kind of makes it to a point where you kind of want to play the slow game, even if it looks like you're behind on paper. So doing an invade like that without any vision definitely detrimental to your team.
Yeah, well, that's going on though. Mint just are able to straight up take the Mountain Soul for themselves. As you can see, the shields coming in for them as well. Just not able to do anything about this. Chimeras have to watch as this one just goes away. There's just no vision whatsoever on that Dragon Pit, or more or less, it's more of Mint just to have absolutely dominated the vision game so far. And now they are rotating over to Despair and gonna do probably the same thing. Say, you know what? We're gonna force you. We're gonna force the Chimeras to walk on in. As you see Kilowatt trying to find out Cup twice. It's going to be a little risky though, as High Reef trying to toss back that minefield, trying to find a little bit of damage onto Kilowatt. Takes him down to half health. You see the Ziggs bomb on the back, but no vision there. Means he's not going to land onto anybody. But look at Hero 39 going on in. He's going to pop the roots as well too. Mint looking to step on up. Hero is taken quite low. High Reef is going to be able to take him out, but look at A-Ward trying to shred these members on down. 240B does have the ulti available, but can he find it? Shut down actually on A-Ward. Child Hater was able to find him, now stealing the vein. He's going to condemn Hecarim back into the wall onslaught of shadows to try and get on out by Chimeras. Can they find this Hecarim? That is one fast horse. Oh my goodness, they flip it back around on Mint, and they might be the ones starting up this Baron.
Yeah, they definitely, you know, that is kind of one thing that I know we talked about a little earlier with that Viego, but once Viego gets those resets, you know, you can't just keep fighting. Viego is one of those champions where once he starts resetting, you know, he's getting free health, he's taking over the game, and especially after he kills A-Ward there, you know, picking up a really strong Vayne and now turning it on your team.
Ooh, it's going to be close. It is going to be taken by the Chimeras here, and unfortunately, Hero 39 getting in way too deep there will be taken out as well too. 240B, you see him on the back half of the map. He finds a kill though onto Wolven, gets the execute off, so that'll be one less member of Chimeras wearing that purple buff. Very close. He's trying to actually look for some more. Still has the reset on that ulti. Could look to hunt down Up if he's able to get a little bit more damage. He flashes. How did that hook not land? I'm sorry. What? Trundle now healing right back up. He just smacks the crap out of 240B. Takes him down with all that damage the Trundle's sitting on right now. Look at him. Divine Sunder, Titanic, and Steel Caps.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. He's a big, beefy boy.
I'm pretty sure he's going to be going into Bramblevest, as you see the double cloth armor as well. But yeah, that hook was just like a millimeter from the hitbox, you know. That's one of those things where you can't really aim towards the champion. You got kind of at their feet, but at their pathing. And I think he had the champion in mind, but he had kind of the pathing, but not where the feet were positioned, because that's where the hitbox is centered off of. And so he had his hook just enough forwards that it didn't actually connect with that hitbox enough for the hook to come back into it.
It was so close though. But I do have to give big props to Child Hater for finding A-Ward out on that. That Vayne was doing a lot of damage in that fight. So being able to shut down the Vayne and then steal her entire freaking soul away, that was really, really, really good of Child Hater, because
Definitely turn that fight around for sure.
We'll have to see though. Baron is still being warned right now by the Chimeras. They're going to look to maybe do something with this right now. They are kind of clumped up in this mid lane. Still same thing. Child Hater on the top half of the map. But we have talked about this before. What happens when you know someone's splitting? You can put that pressure on to the rest of Team 5v4. As we see Karthik looking to rejoin with this team. Now in the mid lane still. The pillar's going to come up. Cup is going to actually commit to this. 240B looking for the back line. TP's coming in as well too. Big roots coming in from Hero 39, but Karthik immediately taking one down. A-Ward actually going to be picking up that kill. Hero is getting low once again. Cup is chasing him on down. Will take a big old chomp out of him to take him down. Karthik also getting chased down. A-Ward is low. Needs to be careful. Mint on the retreat from this one as Chimeras continuing to chase down with this Baron buff. Can they find it here? Child Hater forces 240B into his base. Chimera's looking to hold on here. Oh my goodness, Overcomer. This is exactly what they need, but can they finish it on off? A-Ward though, gonna tumble on out of that minefield, still taking a little bit of damage. Chimeras though not overplaying their hand. However, look at 240B looking for some execute damage here. Can he find it? No! Death from below as they are just taken out immediately. Jake will lose his life. Chimeras going to retreat with the gold that they have just accumulated for themselves. Now in the lead. About, I would say, 1.5K so far. But
And the kills are tied.
and the kills are tied. Oh my goodness. Elder up in a minute too. Overcomer. That could be a massive, potentially game-changing fight here if Chimeras are able to take that and close this one out. You got to expect there to be a fight for this one because neither one of these teams want to give this one up for free.
And then one thing too that these teams definitely have to keep an eye out is that Baron spawning soon as well, as Baron will be spawning roughly about a minute and a half after that Elder. And so if Elder isn't started right off the bat, you know, you're sitting like you're gonna have to get to a point where do you go for Elder or do you go for Baron? And then you're giving up while you want to choose Elder there. If you lose that Elder fight, you know, now you're gonna lose and Baron in the same process. And so it's gonna kind of come down to the wire essentially to be like, okay, what decisions do we make and can we have our lanes pushing so that we have the advantage here for these next objectives?
Yeah, this is probably the biggest one out there as the Baron has timed off of Chimera, so they're no longer sitting with that big purple buff. Hopefully this pause is resolved soon, but this is going to be a very big fight for whichever team is able to win here. Chimeras have pulled themselves back quite a bit of tempo here as they're finding exactly who they need to find in these kills. A-Ward is usually the main target here, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see if they can do this once again. You can see the ultis are available for, well, all these members of Mint, and the one big one is going to be missing from Wolven. He does not yet have his hero's entrance ready, and I don't believe it's going to be off a cooldown in time for this Elder fight, so this could potentially be very scary to go into this one without having that Galio. So if you can prolong it until that ulti's back up, then I think your chances look a lot better. However, I'm keeping my eye on Child Hater and A-Ward because Child Hater has an absolute target on this Vayne's back right now, and I think that has been a huge part of how these team fights have been going. It's just that focus put into the Vayne has been rightfully put in the right place. So let's see it. Elder up in 25, Overcomer.
So I actually did, I was taking a look just there at Wolven, and the heroic entrance will be up roughly 20 seconds after this Elder Dragon spawn. It was sitting at about 55 seconds left when Elder Dragon had about 30 seconds.
Yeah, about 35 left.
So, you know, Mint is going to have to keep in mind that they will have that heroic entrance available on the side of Chimeras shortly. As you can see, you know, they're kind of at a stalemate in this river, kind of looking for that engage. And so the longer they stall this out, the stronger Chimeras are going to get in preparation for this Elder Dragon.
Scary though. Pillar's going to be coming up. You do see Killua rotating towards mid lane to try and push it out, give a little bit more pressure for Mint here. Child Hater waiting along the sides, waiting for some. It's literally, this is so scary. One toe out of line for either team could mean death. Cup is going to get hooked, but they know better to engage on the Trundle. That's not the target that they want. A bit of damage coming in from that minefield as well too, but that Elder is still on the map. Take a look at the mid lane though. Killua going on in, or sorry, Child Hater going on into Killua. The Heartbreaker is going to be coming out. Going to try and chase him down, but this may force a fight at this Elder Drake here as the wind wall. I think it actually did just block it up, but in they go. Big taunt coming out from Wolven. 3 members of Mint caught out. The big Ziggs bomb to drop on down. Hero's entrance to shield everybody up. Chimera's going to find the fight there. They take down 2 members of Mint. This Elder is going to be the target here. Child Hater on the back to keep A-Ward out. He's only sitting at about a half of his health, but there is no vision on the backside of this. Karthik is going to be rotating on around, not able to quite find this. Elder's getting low. Can they do it? Is going to get secured here by Chimeras. Mint are in some trouble. They're going to get the jungler down, and that's 3 kills picked up for Chimeras here. Oh my goodness. Are we going to game 4, Overcomer?
I mean, it definitely looks that way. That was definitely really well timed there by Chimeras, as you know, had the Viego keeping that Syndra out from coming back as that Syndra was pushing through that mid lane. And now in that 4v4 situation, you know, you're sitting on a very strong Ziggs, you have a very strong Trundle, and that Samira, as we saw in that fight, tore through all of Mint's health bars as they didn't have enough CC to lock down the Samira, as they kind of waited out long enough since Mint was the ones who kind of did that engage and they kind of spent all their CC early looking for those kills. And so the moment that CC was down, you saw the Samira just dash in, just get an instant ult off, and just kind of overall melted those HP bars, which then followed up, with that hero entrance as we talked about, where it was going to be up shortly after that Elder Dragon, and Mint essentially stalled out they had a 20-second window to look for that fight, and since they didn't take that fight, they kind of stalled long enough for the heroic entrance to come back up, which then gave them that shield they needed to kind of secure that fight.
With that Elder buff on them, though, Chimeras are just able to force this Baron. They pick up the big purple one from themselves, and they're going to be wearing that buff for roughly the next 3 minutes. I think the Elder timer I put up is a little bit late, guys, so I do apologize. There's probably at least another minute or so left on that buff. So, this is kind of smart for Mint, knowing that they can't fight Chimeras right now, knowing that they need to play safe, and not forcing anything, not forcing a fight that they don't really need right now. They really are just being patient, waiting for these buffs to run out. Will they be able to hold on that long?
I mean, they are definitely getting close to their power spike. Vayne is her last item, and that is your primary source of your damage. The one point of kind of concern, I guess, is that this Syndra has actually been kept so far down.
Oh my god. High Reef is absolutely balling with the bomb here. He just drops down and I call it a three-pointer. That was nice. He finds a ward, and that's going to be a massive loss for Mint. We see Killua getting some nice knockback here, but these double cannon minions are going to slowly shred down. Well, cannon minions, singular. Make it 2. Actually, he's got a friend coming in from the mid lane, so that's going to be the mid being sieged on right now. That Ziggs Satchel doing some work to take out these towers quite fast. Inhibitor is next to go down as well, too. Chimera is making their siege on to the base of mid, looking to take us to a game 4, looking to keep those playoff dreams alive. On goes Give Me Cup twice. High Reef there to blow up the turret. Karthik is trying to do something here, but he's not quite able to find it. Hero's entrance coming in from Wolven, but can Mint hold on? The last Nexus turret will go down. That will be 240B going down. Karthik goes down next as well too. Nexus is the turret. It's the target. My goodness, my brain is getting broken. I think it's frozen here, but I do believe Chimeras have pulled us to a game 4. What the hell just happened, Overcomer?
I mean, Chimeras found exactly who they wanted. Got to the point. Samira got her items. They got kind of their gold spread out across the board. Definitely the resets from Viego helped there, whereas the Mint squad wasn't able to get their Vayne to that full build late game, as well as I know I kind of started saying it too before they kind of broke in these fights, but the Syndra was their secondary source of damage, only second to that Vayne, and Syndra was kept well enough behind. Syndra's sitting on basically like 2.5 items plus boots, whereas Ziggs is on 3, almost 3.5 items. The rest of Chimeras are all sitting at 4 items, and so Syndra was kept so far out of the game that she just couldn't put out the damage required for um, to carry through that mid game to allow that Vayne to kind of do what Vayne needed to do, and that allowed Chimeras to come back into this game through that mid game stage, which let them carry on through that Elder buff and through that Baron to get them this victory.
Well, to the 2 people who voted Chimeras, they are going to be walking home with quite a bit of tokens after this one. So, congratulations to you guys. That's a massive payout. I think it was like 1 to 156, 158, 1 to 158 payout. Wow, that is stonks. That is big stonks right there. But Chimeras do pull us to that game 4, which means we're going to pop a player of the game poll open for them. So make sure to get those votes in. Let us know who you think deserves it. But honestly, that was a nice ending there by Reef. He was able to get so much damage down onto A-Ward, force that the Elder to come through, but just decided, hey, you know what? Let's finish it off with an Omega Inferno Death Bomb here. Dunks on to A-Ward, and that just kind of opens up the gate there for Chimeras to say, okay, we can push in here. We can do this. So really well done. We're going to game 4, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure to stick around for that. We'll be right back after the break, so we will see you very soon, and make sure to keep getting those votes in. What's up? What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Legends Analyst Desk. You got your boy Gurf back here. I've also got Overcomer in the background somewhere as well, too. But we got our third player of the game coming in. This time from LBK Chimera is going to be none other than Child Hater on that Viego going 6-1-5. So Chimeras pull it back one game. They play beautifully around those objectives. And let's see if they can do it once again. They do have that side selection, so they're going to be going for blue side, but we're not going to make them wait any longer. So let's flip it on over to this draft and see what we got cooking for game number 4. Transition. Oh, I got the picks from last game on there. Let's hide those. There we go. We're starting fresh this time. Game number 4, Overcomer. That was a big win for Chimeras. They definitely were having a bit of a rough start in those first 2 games, but they bring it back, and we're going to get to see a 4th game here tonight. So, draft coming through. Bans are looking pretty similar to what we've seen throughout the night. Hero not being allowed his Aatrox. Just not at all. It's not on the table tonight. But if I were to say something, I would like to see Hero on something beefy. Something that we know Hero for, which is his big beefy boys up in the top lane there. Viego going to be the ban away, taken from Child Hater. That was pretty impressive stuff on last game that we just saw, but let's see what his answer is going to be. Samira also banned away. So Mint did not like what just happened to them, and they are going to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, it's definitely one thing to keep in mind is, Viego, as strong as he is, you don't see many bans come through for Viego until you see what, from what we saw last game. But we do see those Ziggs picked up here, which Reef, definitely showed his comfort, I guess, on the champion as he got that solo kill on that Vayne using that builder buff. And so he's kind of sitting on that strength pick for that blind pick, knowing that it's a great performance pick for him, but also the versatility of being able to just ult anywhere in lane.
Yep, and I just got to update something real quick because we do have a sub coming in, substitute. It's still on the roster, so not like any sub or anything. But it is going to be none other than the legendary Daydream coming in to be the ADC for Mint this game. So let's see what she's able to do here because the few games I have seen, her match history has been pretty disgusting. And it looks like it's going to be an Ezreal for her as well, too, which is going to be, it's still very strong at 11.13. I've said this a few times in the past couple of weeks of casting. Still a huge threat. And you can build it the Divine Sunder way, you can build it the Duskblade way, depending on what best suits your need. We are going to see the Ziggs Trundle once again for LBK. Ziggs is definitely one of those picks right now, which is just pumping out ridiculous amounts of damage. So this is going to be interesting to see how they deal with that once again. That Ziggs coming in. We saw it being great for tower pushes. We saw it being great for team fights. Just getting a lot of poke and chip damage off. Speaking of poke and chip, Caitlyn's going to be picked up here. Immediately responded to with the Mordekaiser. And I think we kind of grazed over the fact that Karthik is going to be back on his Zac once again.
Yeah, and also Hero sitting on that Mordekaiser, which is definitely one of his comfort picks as well. Definitely seeing Mint sit on a lot of these comfort picks in response. But again, going off that high pumping damage off Ziggs, I believe it's 25% tower execute with that satchel. And so you think it's like, oh yeah, I'm safe, I got a tower, but then Ziggs will show up and it's just like you don't have those towers for as long as you think you do. And so finding ways to punish and get these objectives, knowing that your own towers can fall just as easily due to the Ziggs, and now also the range that we see from this Caitlyn, it's going to be definitely something that Mint has to keep in mind.
Nocturne's actually going to be taken away. Wait a minute. That's I'm thinking that's a Nocturne mid for Killua. He has played it before. I remember back in my time with Blue Milk last split playing with him. He was able to whip out the Nocturne mid because we do see the Zac there, which I would assume is for Karthik. But this does mean Mint is going to get a counter pick for 240B for Jake. They're saving it for him, which makes me very curious what he has in mind for us here tonight. You saw the Blitzcrank is banned away from him, which is smart considering you have that Caitlyn. But, another S tier pick will come through. The Gwen gets locked in for LBK. And I would think that's probably going up into the top lane for Child Hater. Take that into the Mordekaiser. That is going to be a spicy lane to watch for sure.
I'm pretty sure if you time it right, you can actually use the Gwen Mist as a spell shield. Where I think if you time it just as Mordekaiser goes to ult you, I believe it'll cancel the ult. I could be mistaken on that. I know there are times where his ult will go as cooldown, just from either losing vision or losing target ability as your mid cast. But I do know as well Gwen kind of shreds through those tanks, and even the Zac as well. I think Gwen is a great pick into that Zac, knowing that you kind of see that circle come in from playing Zac. It's like, nah, I'm not getting knocked up from today.
Seeing the final pick come through. Oh my goodness. They hover a few options there. It ends up landing on the Alistar. Tarek was also locked in for LBK. But again, you need to expect that with this lane, it's not double poke because you don't have the something else to pair with the Ezreal there. Alistar is going to be all over the map. You got to be ready for 240B to be rotating around this map. So I really want to see this time from Chimeras to be stepping up into Daydream, into this Ezreal when he's rotating. But will they be able to do that? Ezreal, generally one of the more safe ADCs that you can pick solo. The fact that he has an Arcane Shift there to get away from that Tarek and can usually time it pretty well around when that stun is about to come out, unless, Woven is going to follow up with that stun. Well, channel the stun, flash forward, and let it finish on the Ezreal. It is going to be a little bit more difficult to get on top of him this game. But what do you think so far, generally, of this draft, Overcomer?
I think Chimeras are sitting in a really strong spot. We're going to see, most likely, it's going to be the Ziggs mid again, right? Brief. But also, that Tarek ultimate is not something although it's not seen casted many times, it does have high cooldown. I believe it's roughly around 3.5 to 4 minutes, level 1. It's somewhere, it's over 200 seconds, I'm pretty sure. But like a well-timed Tarek ultimate into like a Gwen into a Trundle not only lets you kind of be really aggressive on their with your kind of frontline champions, but also it's a great way of protecting that Ziggs and protecting that Caitlyn from this Nocturne dive and from this Zac dive. And so it's definitely, if they can play it right, they do have a really strong team fight as well as a pick, depending on how they want to play this out. Whereas Mint is still kind of sitting on that same play style we've seen all night, where we're gonna dive at you, we're gonna follow you, kills as we can, and that obviously the Ezreal pick as well is definitely gonna allow that little bit of safety in bot lane as the gets those roams off for those other laners.
Now, I don't know what they've done to Ziggs recently, but it just seems his everything is just supercharged right now, which makes me, consider picking him up. That was one of my favorite champions back in season 4. Really loved playing the Ziggs, but it's interesting seeing him back now in the meta as one of those main champions who can just do so much ridiculous damage. And we saw High Reef last game was getting the poke onto who he needed, and on top of that, the Leandres is going to chunk you down. So I think Mint really needs to be careful around, approaching these dance arounds like we saw last game. The hesitation from both teams where they're just kind of like, okay, you make the step first, you make the next step. Ziggs is going to be poking you. Reverse side, though, you do have some nice poke that will be coming in late game from the Ezreal, so you can look to potentially trade back a little bit with that, but yeah, Ziggs, some of those bombs can be a little wonky with their bounce paths, so it does it does not make it the easiest of skill shots to read, but if you know what you're doing with it and if you can find those bounces, yeah, things can go pretty damn well with you. But just like that, teams are locked in, which means you know the drill. And so do I. Predictions going to be opening up right now, so make sure to get those bets on in. Let us know who you think is going to win game number 4 here. Will Chimeras take us back once more and bring us to that coveted game 5s, bust out the silver scrapes, or are Mint going to take it home right now? Overcomer thoughts?
I want to say, I'm similar to last game, I'm kind of leaning a little on the side. We've seen the amount of damage that Reef can put out with his Ziggs, but also the amount of versatility a Taric ultimate brings to the table. The number of games where it's like you'll have a massive lead and then Taric ults and you just lose a team fight, even though your whole team is sitting at 2 or 3 level advantage. Because that whole team invulnerability is definitely something that is really useful at avoiding or coming back into these fights when you're in a losing situation. But as well, you're also sitting on someone like a champion like Gwen, who has so much AoE damage off of, as well as the fact that you can't target her unless you're like in close range of her, which is Ezreal, and like mainly Ezreal, who's like their primary source of damage on mid side, does not want to be getting up close and personal with that Gwen, and so that Gwen is gonna have an easy time avoiding all that Ezreal damage during those team fights, and then kind of be left fighting that Mordekaiser, Zac, and Alistar their whole time. But while she's taking care of their tanks and being that tank shredder, which is how her kit is designed, you have the Caitlyn and you have this really long range champions to kind of poke out that Ezreal and kind of keep their distance away from these team fights so that the Zac can't jump on them easily or that them bring them to the death row.
I think this is going to be a very, very interesting game to see how it kind of breaks down. In terms of team fight, I think I'm going to give my edge to Mint just based off of the fact that you have a lot of really good engage in that Nocturne, in the Zac, and in the Alistar. Again, we go back to that point about Mordekaiser removing someone from this fight. Who it's going to be, I would probably put my money on, Gwen is kind of ridiculously strong right now, and if you can take that out of the fight, I think the remaining members of Mint should be able to deal with LBK, especially the fact that a lot of their damage is going to be coming through from that Caitlyn Ziggs too, which their aim is to sit on that backline, fire off, get that poke, and do everything they can to keep their distance from Mint. But having those gap closing options is definitely going to help for getting in the faces of the champions that don't want you there. So yes, I think you mentioned earlier, this Taric ult is going to be a major component of how these team fights break down, but I think Mint are also going to have to consider, how long of a cooldown it's on and really, be the proactive team to step up and start those fights when that Taric ulti isn't available.
Yeah, and it's definitely one of those abilities which is a little easier to track. You kind of get those pings. You'll be like, okay, they used it at this time, therefore we have like, this 2-minute window to do these fights. But the same can be said in reverse. With Zac passive down or Mordekaiser ult down, I do think Mint has like it's kind of the window for Chimeras fighting when Mint has spent all their kind of strong points in the game. Just that it's kind of going to be a back and forth of who's going to be doing what. But we will be going on to our break here, so come back shortly as we'll find out what exactly will happen between these two teams.
Yes, sir. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the LAS Premade playoffs. A lot of, thank God I have the pop filter there for you guys, or else some eardrums would have been busted right there. But it is game number 4. Chimeras were able to pull a game back there and not deny the win for Mint to go on. But we do have potentially 2 more games here tonight, so Chimeras, again, need to give it their all here to pull another win and bring us to that game 5. But Mint, I've got some pretty good CC options here, have some pretty good tanks. And we've seen as the late game goes, sometimes these Ezreals can be pretty scary. But in terms of shenanigans, this game we might be seeing a little something here coming in for the side of Chimeras. They are going to get spotted out there by Daydream, who's doing a little dance in the jungle for us. But nothing will happen. We will have a standard start this time. And no crazy stuff to start this game off.
I mean, that was definitely a nice response there by 240B, as he did actually manage to get a ward onto that red buff. As the Ezreal kind of spotted out the little cheeky late invade. But so now, Mint is now sitting knowing that they're starting red buff, which gives them a little bit more information to for these few early stages to track the jungler.
Well, pretty standard stuff across the board too. We're seeing the Conqueror picked up for both top laners. Ziggs with that Comet. Lethal Tempo though on the Nocturne. It's not often though you see Nocturnes mid, but when you do, you want to be going for a lot of damage and a lot of damage fast. So might as well get those extra autos out. But Wolven actually taking Guardian on the Terran, I don't think it's terrible. I myself would go for that Aftershock for that extra little bit of toughness. for the big beefy boys there as we see 240B taken, but already in the top lane, some trading going on. Child Vader trying to stack up those Conqueror stacks, does have it. And Hero's not going to be too far behind. Oh, almost gets the big boop, but not quite able to do it.
I mean, it's kind of a good point you bring up Guardian on Taric, because I think it is a good, I think Guardian still works effectively, as Aftershock is really useful on, like, kind of play styles. You know, getting a little AoE kind of burst, like, after getting that CC off. However, I find Guardian actually tends to be a lot more useful when you're playing that defensive side. And, you know, when you're playing a Taric into someone like an Ezreal, and when the Ezreal has someone like an Alistar, you can't really get a lot of engaged plays off that often due to the knockback from the Alistar as well as the arcane shift off that Ezreal. And so being able to kind of just sit back and be like, okay, you can't damage my ADC is definitely also kind of a benefit, as it helps you kind of out-trade someone like a poke ADC.
Jungle's up towards the top half of the map, so Karthik may be looking to do something here, but he will continue back onto his pathing, looking to get some CS here. Both junglers tied up, a little bit of a disparity up in the top lane so far for Hero, as he's a little bit down, but actually looking for the trades in bot. Ryan getting hit with that exhaust. They almost traded ADC for support, but no kills quite yet. 240B actually looking to go back in. The heal's going to come out immediately. Ryan trying to get back, trying to pop off that Q. Gets the trap down as well, and we'll find first blood for Chimera's Daydream, though. Will manage to get the trade on back. Caught up in a trap, though. Will she be able to get out of this alive? Oh, the stun from Wolven! They will find the kill. High Reef, though, coming on down. That will be the TP in from Killua, but there are numbers here from Chimera, so not able to follow up on that. 2-for-1 trade in favor of the Chimeras.
Definitely something that Chimeras want to happen in their favor, as, you know, Ezreal will have a lot of poke damage through all stages of the game, whereas Caitlyn's going to rely a lot on getting those headshots and landing nets and traps. And so getting this little bit of extra gold on the Caitlyn early, especially first blood bonus, will definitely allow her to have a little bit of extra damage on this Ezreal to help keep Ezreal kind of at bay throughout this early game.
Top lane's where it's at. Karthik trying to find something. Even 240B stepping up as well too. So they know that Alistar is top. This is what I'm talking about now. Will they step up in the bot lane? Force Daydream's hand almost. But we'll have to see. Because right now, Wolven is not back and went for that reset after that kill was picked up. In the mid lane. Oh, Reef. Gotta be careful here. That's gonna be the satchel used, but possibly bouncing him back into turret range will at least get the stun, but 240B. Oh, you're taking a lot of damage there, brother. You gotta be careful on that one, and wow, those roams are coming through. This is gonna be the Infernal Drake started up by Chimera's. Cup is getting really low, but takes the chomp, takes the smite. We'll find the kill, but look at Wolven with the flash and the stun. Beautifully done. A little bit of poke coming in from Ryan as well too, but Mint looking to potentially turn this one back on around on the heads of Chimeras. Two members slapped together there, as now 240B actually looking on a high reef. Satchel will take him to safety. Ryan, OG walking on out, still dealing back some poke, and both teams will disengage. No kills exchanged, but just a lot of abilities swinging back and forth there.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of the one thing that these teams have to keep track of is, you know, these roams, you know, you have Chimeras still have to keep an eye on that Zac, as we saw in game 1. He's really effective at getting those kind of like buff to lane ganks off, kind of getting those max range jumps off. And so if you're not tracking the Zac effectively, then you might think you have an advantage in a fight just to be turned on. But so far they seem to have been really well at being, okay, this is where he should be, or he should be kind of in this area. So when they're doing those fights and trades, they're like, okay, we only have this window until the team shows up, and then we have to back off. And so as we saw in that last fight, you know, the team disengaged early, and they disengaged right as the rest of Mint showed up.
The reset coming in from 240B there. A lot of danger pings from Chimeras, not knowing where Killua just went. So they play it safe, and that's, you know, they're starting to show that respect here. They're starting to back on off, knowing that, okay, we don't want to mess with the potential Nocturne coming on in, hitting 6 and getting paranoia. in one of those fights. But at the top, Hero 39 actually going to get hit up by the needlework. Child Hater is looking for the solo kill here. The flash for Flash. Will they be able to do it? 240B has shown up just to escort Hero back to safety. I don't think they go back in on something like that. It was a little too risky, but now, again, back in that position where the ADC is all by themselves in the bot half of the map. So this is where I'd start stepping up and saying, hey, you know what? Let's get this Ezreal off this wave. Don't let him farm. Don't let him get near it. Push the wave in as well, too. But we will see. Paranoia is going to get popped. They're going to look for this Gwen. At least the knockup will come through. And vulnerability field will stop for now, but the Paranoia will manage to be channeled and pop. But Killua takes a couple turret shots. Has to back on off. And you can see in the spot half of the map, Chimeras have pushed this wave in, denying some farm to Daydream and taking some plates off of this tower as well too. They are in the lead right now this early game, roughly around 2k gold up at this point in time, but this is what you like to see here from Chimeras. True Shot Barrage actually comes through as well too, but more poke coming in from Ryan. Ooh-wee.
Definitely making sure to punish that Ezreal for stepping up.
240B might be in some trouble, or Cup could be again being a little overextended here, but I think he's learned his lesson from last game. Walks it back, doesn't know where the rest of Mint is, so it's like, you know what? I shall not go any further than this.
Exactly. And, you know, I was thinking back of that near solo kill that Child Hater almost had, and I believe he would have actually had Hero 3 there. He actually misplaced his ultimate, both the second and third cast. Only about one needle hit on the second cast, and only 2 hit on that third cast out of the 5 needles, which means that in total,
that thought though, Overcomer. We got another fight breaking down bot. The Cosmic Radiance is going to be used, but Let's Bounce coming in from Karthik. They're trying to find something here, trying to find that bounce towards some more members, but look at Daydream in the back, super low, can't help out with this fight anymore. A little bit of healing coming out from 240B. But it's just going to be the poke. However, in comes Killua. This is about to be a 4v3 situation. Cup is going to be jumped on, locked on down. Karthik with some nice CC, and Killua secures that kill. However, Ryan going to be taking out 240B. That Mega Inferno Bomb almost finds Daydream as well, too. But Mint find the fight. 2-for-1 trade. And they come out on top of that. Now we see on our scoreboard, tied 3-3 for both these teams. There is going to be a Dragon coming up soon, and the first one, yes, it was taken by Chimeras, but this next is going to be an Ocean, which means I'm not too sure what this soul is going to be this time, Overcomer, but
I believe it's a Mountain Soul with this pairing. However, there are some times where it's also the Cloud Soul as well. So it will be interesting to see what happens, but it's possible we'll see our first Cloud Soul of the game.
Quite possibly, and with such important ults really across the board, that would be pretty massive for whoever's able to get that extra ult CD. Let's see, it's gonna get set up here. Vision getting cleared out by Chimera, so they're gonna go ahead and get themselves control over this Ocean Drake, and it's not something that we've seen too much up until this point in time of Chimeras being the ones to dictate when these dragons are getting taken. So they're going to go ahead and pick up their second one. It will be that Cloud Soul like you predicted, Overcomer. So there will be these few pockets of extra movement speed across the jungle, which honestly for both teams can be huge for setting up these fights. But let's see what's going to happen in the next few minutes here, because we do have a little bit of a lead still for Chimeras here, but we're going to start seeing mythics built in the next 3-4 minutes, I would say. We don't already see one on the board. No, not quite yet, but they're coming soon.
Yeah, and I mean, you're also looking, not only are they sitting at a 2-dragon lead, but Chimeras are sitting at CS leads all the way across the lane. You know, sitting at about a 15 CS lead top lane. You've got 20 CS in the jungle. You've got another 10 CS mid lane, as well as a 10 CS for the ADCs. And so, even though these kills are tied on the board, you're sitting at a gold lead in every single one of these lanes. And now when they're adding into these added, you know, a little bit of extra damage from that fire, and a little bit of
look at the top half of the map though, because that Herald was started up. A Killua on the chase, followed up by Karthik. Killua secures the kill onto Cup, as they will deny that Herald from being even started up. But on the bot side of the map, we got some more breaking down. Ace in the hole is going to come through. Daydream will fall to Ryan, but knocked up in the turret range. Ryan will go down 240B with a beautiful kill there. Jake picks that one up, and now Killua coming in with the TP. High Reef to follow in. Can they find the trade back? Big Mega Inferno Bomb will take down this Nocturne, but the kill goes on over to the Taric. Trying to trade one back. The Ignite is ticking down. 240B finds up at High Reef. One more auto will do it. The flash away to stay alive ends up being, I believe, a 2 for 2 overall on that one. So everyone comes out on even, but now Karthik, 3 for 2. We still got more going. It's not done yet. Let's Bounce is coming through as well as Hero taken low. I think they're just making the call to say, hey, get out. We do not win this one. Karthik, though, getting chased down by Cup. Child Hater takes down Hero 39, and somehow Karthik will make it out alive, but that ends up being, we're tied up for kills once again. Overcomer, very even game so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's an even game, but at the same time, you know, Chimeras are still pushing those advantages. They're sitting at about a 2k gold lead between those dragons and those CS leads. And so they're definitely not.
ADC fight, Daydream, can she find it? One more auto will do it. Oh no! The Mystic Shot goes wide and not able to secure that one. Ryans will take that one out. I think a little bit of healing coming in from Taric too helped. But, oh, that was so close. So close.
Very, I mean, Daydream not being afraid to fight that Caitlyn in that 1v1, even being behind, but it's going to get to a point, you know, Mint's going to have to start respecting Chimeras more than I think they have been so far. And so you're almost getting to a point where you're looking at these teams and being like, okay, so now who is the problem on Chimeras and how can we put pressure on this map while trying to avoid these primary targets when not doing these team fights?
Oh boy, this is unfolding a little bit more rough than I would think Mint would want. They do have this Rift Herald, so they could potentially look to push a turret sometime soon. We are going to see this fight break out between these two once again. Daydream going back towards the safety of her team, and now Killua coming on in is going to get locked down for just a second, but we do see Wolven on the chase trying to find something. He's going to get taken down by Killua, as now Karthik looking to re-engage here. My camera's way too zoomed out, so I'm going to get a pan back in for you. Ryan still on the chase, 240B taking that up, and a lot of low health bars on Mint. I think you'll just have to take what you got and leave from there, as Mega Inferno Bomb also drops on down, not going to hit anybody.
I mean, it was a nice attempt at the Ziggs bomb there, as there were a bunch of health bars, but it would have been a little nicer to see, I think, if that Ziggs had walked down. You know, you had 4 members of mid sitting in that bot lane for the whole entire duration of that fight, whereas his Ziggs kept just kind of pushing that mid lane. So they probably could have ended up getting a little bit more from that fight, rotated. But, you know, Ziggs getting that little bit of pressure lane definitely doesn't kind of put that to waste.
Arthur holding this mid lane right now. Killua showing back up, but we do have another dragon in 10 seconds here. Oh, he's going to find some CC on a reef, but not too much follow-up to go into that, but let's keep our eyes around this dragon pit. 240B laying down some vision, but standing on a ward himself. They're going to know exactly where this Alistar is, as Wolven walking on up as well, too, with Cup, and we got numbers from both sides coming around here. That TP not quite available for Hero at this point in time, so I believe Mint are just going to have to let this one go. They can't step in unless 240B is looking to do something really crazy here. Derek's stun comes out. Karthik goes on in. Dragon's still going to go on over to Chimeras. Karthik's deep in this pit. He does have the passive up, but 4 members from Chimeras surround the Zac Blobs. Will wipe them off the map. Dragon and a kill for the Chimeras here. They are running away with this game here. Now about 4.5k gold lead. And Child Hater can TP right back up to top without missing a beat. Skipping a beat, missing a beat. I don't know. Same thing.
These days, but yeah, no, the Chimeras have definitely taken a huge lead. You know, they're the ones sitting at about a 5k gold lead at this point. And while the kills are only 8 to 7, you know, they're sitting on 3 dragons, putting them at soul point and a cloud soul for these champions. You know, a Taric, like, as much as he wants mountain or fire or mountain or ocean, like, a cloud soul I think is one of the most useful dragons for a champion such as Tarek, who has, you know, like a 2-minute cooldown on that ultimate, because now you're looking already at a 10% decrease, and if you get that soul as well, then you'll be having a 20% decrease on that ult, which is definitely going to be really useful for your team when you're able to kind of make them invulnerable in those team fights that much.
That'll be definitely nice. I mean, right now it's at 120 seconds on cooldown. That's not the combo. I've been there.
Dominant. Assert dominance. Roar.
Rar. Do the rar.
Roar.
Anyways, this is really looking good from Chimeras. However, this is what Min likes to do. They like to set up these picks. Karthik coming on in will not be able to find that CC. True Shot Barrage going a little wide as well too. So they do force Reef off of this. They force his flash on out, but now we got these members of Chimeras looking to come on in. Ryan's is right there. They're going to trade in with Daydream. They are respecting the hell out of this Caitlyn, though, and rightfully so. 4-3-2 has the completed Kraken Slayer. I forgot it there for a second. And a BF Sword, so going to be doing some decent damage. And now Child Hater able to take this tier 1 tower. That's 2 towers for Chimeras, but the needlework is coming out. Hero 31's getting shredded down to bits, and he's going to get taken out. Karthik coming in as well, too, with the bounce, but not able to trade into this Gwen, and Child Hater starting to run away with this top lane.
Yeah, I mean, one person to keep an eye on, though, is that Killua on the Nocturne.
Let's see it, though. Trading on to High Reef. Can they find it? Mega Inferno Bomb. Not quite able to, but Cup is here. The bonk away. However. This smite. Was it the smite? No, I don't think it was the smite.
I think it was his ultimate. It was his ultimate, I believe.
Oh, my goodness. That's just going to be pick off here. Daydream actually going to get found out here by Ryan. 3 shots will be enough to take her down as Ezreal will fall. Killua is getting clomped down by this Trundle. This is not looking good for Mint. Chimera's all over them, extending that gold lead to 6.5K at pre-20 minutes. Oh my goodness, what are Mint gonna do?
I mean, if I were Min, I would be looking at how to play through Killua. You know, Killua is sitting 4-1 on this Nocturne. He's almost strong enough at the point where he should be able to just, you know, ult in and find those picks onto that backline. Pick off that Ziggs, pick off that Caitlyn. But Chimera are doing a really effective job at kind of zoning him enough that anytime he does show up, you know, there's like multiple men standing around so that he can't really get those solo fights. But if Min were to play around, you know, you have a Mordekaiser, you have Zac, so as you look for these team fights, it almost would be more find if Mordekaiser is able to, you know, even ult the Tarek so that Tarek's unable to ult, or even if he gets the ult off before the Mordekaiser gets him into the Death Realm, at least there's going to be less members of Chimeras with that Tarek ultimate, which should allow you to kind of force your way around into that fight, knowing there's still a few champions that you are able to target and deal damage to.
Oh boy, but that's going to be the paranoia coming out immediately onto Woven. They're looking for this Tarek right now. 240B going to headbutt him back into this one. See the Pulverize to get him a little bit more CC. Can they finish him off? The Cosmic Radiance is coming through, and they're not quite able to do it. Now the TP is going to be popped. Ryan on the backside looking for Daydream. I got to zoom out here to keep track of all of this that's going on. 240B able to take out Woven right now, but it's Cup who's getting chased down, manages to get back to the safety of his team, and Daydream was hunted down there by Ryan. Now looking for this Caitlyn damage coming back in. Hero's going to be losing so much health to this needlework. Child Hater able to find out the kill there. And now popping the Rift Herald in this mid lane. You got High Reef there with the Ziggs. They're going to be losing at least one mid tower here. Dragon getting started up as well too. Chimeras are in the driver's seat of this game. Looking to pick up the soul here at 21.5 minutes. Holy crap. They're picking up kills. They're picking up dragons. Now they're going for this mid tower as well too. That satchel not quite timed perfectly, but it doesn't matter because 2 mid towers will fall. Chimeras pick up so much gold for themselves and are almost at a 9K gold lead at 22 minutes, guys. This is insane.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what the response from Mint will be here, you know. It's usually around that 10 that the game kind of gets closed out in a sense where once you reach that kind of 10k gold difference, you know you're strong enough. You can essentially just run it down mid lane, and the other team can't really stop you. And so you kind of see the levels are okay, but you know you see a 2 level difference between Child Hater and Hero, as well as you're looking at um, like the Tarek sitting at level 10, whereas this Alistar is actually only 8 due to all the roaming. And so while he has his kit very straightforward of just kind of run in, get that CC off, the Alistar is actually going to be dying a lot more often than the team would like.
Paranoia was used in the bot half, so High Reef does manage to satchel himself to safety, and this does mean Baron is going to get started up here by Chimeras. Hero 39 sitting on the other side of this wall. Karthik is not too far away from this as well. They do have vision of him until he steps around here, but Baron is getting shredded down here now, trading in with Child Hair. That needlework doing so much work once again. Ace in the hole coming through as well too. And Ryan's going to go on a rampage now. Not much Mint can do here except the Miracle Steal, but it is going to go down, and Chimeras pick themselves up the first Baron of this game. Let's see what they can do with it, because so far the push has been extremely strong from them, especially if they can utilize that Ziggs satchel charge. He is not with the team right now, but does have TP to show up if needed. So let's see what they can get done here. Karthik, though, off on the side. Not going to be looking for that engage. Chimeras now looking to siege onto this mid inhibitor turret. That thing's going to get shredded down fast. Karthik looking to engage. That's going to be the Cosmic Radiance popped up. 2 members going to be invulnerable right now. Ryan's does seem to be the target, but they have to peel away from that. Here comes the Mega Inferno Bomb. Cup is going to take down Alistar. 240B is fallen. And Mint, again, on the worst end of this trade. That's going to be the mid inhibitor tower going down. Karthik, you cannot re-engage. He flashes away, but he's taken into blobs. Chimera's looking to trade it back out. The TP to try and save Karthik. He will come back to life. He will live for now, but the ace in the hole will get blocked up there, luckily, by Killua. Wolven looking still to trade in with Hero. This is going to be scary, though. Daydream looking for the true shot. Barrage lands onto 3. Everybody except Wolven there. Still have to be careful. Ryan's going on in. Paranoia is going to be blocked. Daydream will stay alive for now. Double stun coming on in from Tarek, but can Mint hold on? Wolven is taken low, but he's taken down by Ryan's. That Nocturne will fall. Traded on back out will be the Tarek. Now look for Ryan's. If they can find that, that's going to be a huge pick for them. Daydream finds it. The Arcane Shift into Mystic Shot. Just barely staying alive. Ziggs bombs coming on through. Karthik, oh no, he doesn't have the blobs available this time. And High Reef will even force the flash on out of 240B. Hero doing his best to hold that top lane. But this is just the Mint base in shambles, folks. There is nothing that they can do against this Baron push. Another minute still left on it, and this bottom tower is going to be next to go. Bottom inhibitor getting just absolutely melted away by this Trundle and Ziggs. It does so much. Both these champions do so much to objectives. They're going to look to try and get this inhibitor as well, too. Cup may be overstaying a little bit. A lot of healing coming through from this Trundle. Trying to run away. Now the Paranoia not available to chase him down. Mint hold on to 1 inhibitor at just a sliver of health there. But this is just an absolute ruin. The base is just a ruin.
I mean, based on what we can see, the base, this is 9 towers to none. So, based on what Chimeras have managed to game, we can expect them to definitely close this game out in the near future. You do have Elder spawning in just under a minute and a half, so it's possible that they're gonna maybe try stalling the game out for that. However, at the point they're at, you have all ultimates available other than that subjugate, and so you're strong enough that you have that be like, okay, we want to fight you. We have the needlework, which has been proven extremely effective on your front line, and we can just be like, okay, we'll run in your base on our own terms.
And, they're doing exactly that once again. Overcomer standing in the base, chuckling a little bit. But we do see, keep an eye, because Killua is potentially on this flank here, looking for something. to get anything done. Final inhibitor is going to go down, which means double supers are coming into the space. Still have Killua on the flank, but look at these Nexus towers are going down so freaking fast. Paranoia is going to be coming in. They're looking for that backline. Cosmic Radiance is going to be popped. Big Ziggs bomb dropping down. Mint is getting low. Hero 39 trying to trade in with Cup, but look at Chimera's finding multiple members of Mint. Daydream in the base is going to be almost taken. It will be taken down. Tarek finds himself a little bit too far into that one, so Woven will fall, but the last bounce from Ziggs. Overcomer, baby, we're going to game number 5. Bust out the silver scrapes.
They've done it.
Oh my goodness, Chimeras find the ace, they find the Nexus, and we get an interesting visual bug at the end there, but it doesn't matter because we're going to game 5.
Intense game. And I mean, this is what we wanted to see from Chimeras in game 1 and game 2, you know, with that roaming 240B kind of being in all those lanes, being able to punish the Ezreal here definitely paid off for them. You know, you have 8 Caitlyn at the end of the game, and it's just like, well, I mean, okay, and they kind of just steamrolled themselves because now they're like, hey, we can actually punish you. And they're kind of, I think they're on that point where they're realizing that while 240B is roaming, instead of just losing those other lanes and due to the numbers disadvantage, they can actually start winning through that bot lane and getting extremely powerful. However, that said, Child Hater has definitely put up an insane performance. As you see him, you know, he's sitting level 17 compared to everyone in the game being at level 13 and level 14.
Oh my goodness, this series has really shaped up to be quite the spicy one. But my God, that was just honestly dominant play coming in from Chimeras. They didn't give any room for Mint to really do anything here, and I think a lot of these picks made it hard for Mint to execute their comp. So I think honestly for this next game, they really need to show some respect to this Trundle, who seems to be making life just all the more difficult all around. I don't know if they let a Gwen through, but again, then you have to reconsider. Do we ban out that Viego again? Child Hater has shown a lot of good stuff up in this top lane so far tonight, so it'll be interesting to see how this one breaks down in our final game of the night. Oh my goodness, Overcomer, I can't believe it.
It's definitely a game that doesn't want to be missed, that's for sure.
Absolutely, but without any further ado, we're going to hop to break, guys, while we get loaded up for game number 5. So make sure to get your votes in for player of the game. We'll be right back here on the desk in about 5 minutes. So make sure to stick around because you're not going to want to miss game number 5 of LBK Chimeras versus Mint. See you soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are starting things just a little bit early because these teams are ready to go. So without any further ado, our player of the game from game number 4 is none other than Child Hater, once again going 4-0-5 on this Gwen. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for game number 5. Oh boy, it's it. You can hear it in the background. Silver Scrapes are playing, but let's flip it on over to draft. Let's get going for our final game of the evening. Let's see what we got. Alrighty, boy. Let's go. Overcome. Are you ready for this, man? I don't know if I'm ready for this.
I mean, I don't know what to expect for these teams. You know, I feel like we've seen it all. We've seen both sides kind of steamroll the other side. We've seen the comeback come from in game 3, you know, when it almost felt like all hope seemed lost, and then Chimeras turned it around and ended up winning that game. And then they carried the momentum in through game 4. So we've kind of seen both sides at their strong points. So it's going to be interesting to see what they decide to play in this final series deciding game.
Well, the bans are coming in hot. That Gwen immediately going to be taken off the board here. A lot of interesting bans to consider for this next one. Trundle also going to be taken away, as well as the Samira. And again, that Seraphine ban being respected still of what Kilowatt can pull off with that. But Mint are the ones to say, you know what? Screw it. Let's go for the Viego first. Let's pick that up for ourselves, and they will do so. But this game, I really want to see Hero on something that is his bread and butter. Something that is very good for Hero. I don't know. There's a few picks that you can go for. This time, though, you do see the Aatrox has no... Oh, no, I lied. The Aatrox was banned again. That has been perma-banned tonight. All 5 games, 100% banned.
I believe LBK has actually kept the same first round ban every... if not round 2 as well. They've at least kept the same first round bans for this entire series, whereas Mint has been changing it up game by game. So LBK has definitely done their homework, and they've decided as a team, they you know, like, this is what we don't want to face. As much as strong picks as Mint has, these are like the absolute, we will not risk facing them at all in this series.
Zig's going to get picked up once again for LBK, so that will most likely be in the hands of High Reef. However, Nocturne once again for Cup twice. We did see that in game number 1, but some good strong picks being responded by Mint here. The Kaisa pickup, again, another one of those extremely scary ADCs if they end up getting ahead. So maybe expect something that can be gank heavy for Karthik. I mean, Zac is still up on the map. They could potentially go for that again. They could pick up the Sejuani for him too. Even Hecarim is available this game. So a lot of junglers on the map that are comfortable for them. We are pausing. Pause. Okay. We're pausing draft. So technically we're paused. I can't actually pause it. The ADC's internet for LBK has gone out. Not ideal in game 5. I don't know why it has to be paused. Anyways, we'll keep you guys updated. See, I rushed through that player of the game for what?
For the delay?
I don't know.
I mean,
want his
I think
input for draft. But that's
what we do see is like the Viego Kaisa is a really deadly combo, especially if they catch these picks out, because the W from Viego will actually apply the plasma stack for Kaisa if she's nearby, which will allow Kaisa to get that predator instinct and just kind of fly in out of nowhere and kind of help support that Viego, if not take the kill for herself. And so, what Mint is going to be looking for here is they're actually going to be looking for essentially either these two champions to be the champions they want to funnel their gold into, as they are the two that they kind of want to get ahead. As they once they get those late game items, they become very deadly in these fights.
Well, we'll hopefully have Ryan's back with us soon. Swap the overlay. What do you mean? Oh, they have swapped. Yes, that is correct. Thank you, Daydream, for that. I will get that updated in just a second. It is going to be Daydream on support this round. Okay.
This is an interesting little swap there. I mean, I think it will be interesting to see 240B playing ADC, as we've kind of seen him being roaming so much, and we've seen him kind of on that carry, on that Pantheon earlier in the series. So now putting him into an ADC position, I feel like will definitely kind of help show his carry potential when you put him on a role that is designed to carry at 3 items. But it will come down heavily on how they decide to position and how they decide to go about this game, as they cannot afford to just give up this game so freely.
All right. I do believe we are ready to start this draft back up, so we'll just have the next pick coming in for Mint here. They immediately go for that Thresh, so Kaisa Thresh, honestly, pretty threatening bot lane. Paired up together can really be nice to keep that Kaisa safe, or, you know, if you switch that Thresh into attack mode, start to get that Kaisa rolling, which is really what I think Mint want this game, is to get a big Kaisa, to get a big Viego. So, you know, you just essentially stat check them at that point, where it's just like, okay, fine, we have these extremely strong champions. What are you going to do? Same thing goes for that Ziggs and Nocturne. Both of them can be pretty damn scary as well. We've seen him already the past 3 games from High Reef. He has been playing that Ziggs pretty damn well, but going for the Taric once again. And I will give Wolven this. He was playing pretty well on that Taric last game. Better than what I've seen in the past few games, but definitely stepping up and making his presence in the lane known much, much more in that last game. Getting those taunts off, getting the Cosmic Radiances down at beautiful times. So that was really, really useful for LBK last game. So hopefully we can see a repeat of that. But Mint, I think, might be drafting for just tons of damage here that, you know, we saw a couple times that Taric escaped with a sliver of health as the Cosmic Radiance came down. So you really don't want that happening if you're Mint.
I mean, one thing too is actually, not to say it's or kind of forced to pick, but, you know, knowing that he had that Taric, if you pick a Taric early, you can kind of counter that with something like a Lulu. But having seen Mint pick up that Thresh, there's not really a flexibility on that Thresh, which means that it's a safe pick for the Taric. And it's actually, I believe Taric is actually a really strong counter into that Thresh, because you're not only able to kind of get your ADC out from that Cosmic Radiance, but also if the Thresh decides to land that death sentence and decides to take it, you can just turn around, stun no matter where you're standing. You can kind of get that stun angle off on them if they try to engage, so even if you're caught mispositioned or that death sentence comes down, you're still kind of able to get your CC off whether you're positioned on top of your ADC or not. But
well, we do see the orange Silas picked up here. I really like what LBK did here, which was save the counter pick for Child Hater, for that top laner. So, Ornn generally pretty safe, and we are going to see what looks to be potentially that Karthik playing the Viego in the jungle. Wait a hot second. Nocturne, top Graves jungle. All right.
Okay then.
All right.
I mean, I guess it is possible that they probably were going to flex that Nocturne and be like, we can send it jungle if we like. And then I guess after seeing the Ornn, they probably decided like, hey, have the Nocturne top lane and we can punish this Ornn as much as possible. And now you have a Graze, which is a really great answer to this. I believe it's the Viego jungle.
Oh boy, this is gonna be a spicy one. I think a lot of damage on the board for really both teams at this point. The Vayne also getting picked up here by Ryan. I really like the pair up of the Vayne Taric. It's locked down and it is a ton of damage if you're able to get those silver bolts off. On top of that too, you get any lockdown, Nocturne's gonna be chasing you down as well too. It makes it pretty hard to escape if you do end up getting caught. So I am curious to see how these lane matchups are going to go and just the overall team fighting between these guys. You know, who's going to be the team that makes the first step? Who's going to be the first ones to really step up here? Because we've seen Chimeras now the past 2 games picking up those first bloods and really rolling with it. I don't know if it's the first person to get first blood that determines the game, but it seems it's gone that way so far.
Yeah, and I mean, it does definitely help, you know, getting that extra 400 gold early. Especially on a champion, you know, like such as like a Vayne or any form of ADC. Coming to lane with that much extra damage kind of helps you determine your lane, as it kind of automatically gives you those little bit of that offensive edge in early trades, and it almost forces the jungle to have to gank in order for you to kind of come back into that lane. But when you play around that, knowing that you're stronger and knowing the enemy jungle is going to be looking into your lane, you can just send your own jungle bot lane and be like, hey, can you just help protect us here? And then not only that, you're basically securing Dragon because you have so much bot lane pressure from an early first blood.
Well, one thing that does really stand out to me about this mid draft is that they have both the Viego and the Sylas. So they're going to be essentially able to steal an entire champion away if they so choose.
they're gonna steal the whole team. It's gonna be like, I'll take the basic abilities of Ziggs, and you can take the Ziggs ultimate.
Exactly. That's gonna be pretty scary, I would think. You know, Cosmic Radiance being stolen away and on a lower cooldown than what the actual Cosmic Radiance is. That I think is gonna play a huge role in how these team fights can go. The Mega Inferno Bomb, sorry, will be going that way. We just saw a little bit of a switcheroo here. Potentially Graves top into Ornn, which I could see. Okay. Thoughts on that though, Overcomer?
I mean, it's a little bit of range, which helps a little on kiting. But I don't think it gives you as much kill pressure, because, you know, Ornn being able to kind of buy his items from lane as well. You're gonna kind of be forced to back, to get not only to get those items, but also because of your mana. Whereas Ornn can be like, okay, I'll just step under my tower for real quick, and then kind of just walk back and keep farming. But not only that, you know, Mint has the Ornn upgrades on those mythic items, which is gonna get them that much stronger because they're gonna get that much more stats once he starts hitting the level 14 and above era in this game.
Well, we're not too far out of getting into our final game of the night. Just a reminder, folks, we did have Mint up 2-0. Chimera is now looking for the potential reverse sweep against Mint right here, and whoever wins this week is going to be meeting Real Fighting Gaming next week in quarterfinals. So RFG waiting for the winner of this match here, and the fact that it's come down to a 5th game, the fact that Chimeras were able to come back from such a deficit in those first 2 games really shows the constitution of this team, the fact that they have stuck it out and taken home some big wins so far. So I'm very excited to see how this one is going to break down. I do want to keep my eyes on this bot lane because honestly, I think it can be pretty volatile either way. I'm curious though. I'm very curious to see how it's going to break down.
I agree, yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
I think this bot lane they're kind of both late game scaling champs. You know, you have a Vayne, you have a Kaisa, as well as even the Thresh and the Taric kind of both become really useful the later the game goes, as they get extremely tanky. So I think this game will kind of fall down to whether or not this either the Sylas or the Ziggs is kept behind. as we saw the one game, when Kilo was kept behind on that Syndra, it kind of allowed Chimeras to just kind of run over the map as they had significantly less damage and less pressure. And with this Viago being able to kind of get those resets too, it's going to make it extremely difficult for Chimeras to do too much, because either their ults will be stolen from the Silas or their basic abilities will be stolen from the Viego in these team fights, and you have those bonus stats coming from Orin.
Yeah.
So I think a huge focus for Mint will be on this top half of the maps, especially for this early to mid game stages, as well as for the top half of the map for Chimeras, as the Graves and the Ziggs and Nocturne is going to be extremely important to have them kind of get that ahead and kind of carry that early game, as the Vayne kind of automatically will get that carry potential in the later the game goes.
I would say, yeah, I think bottom is going to be a big focus here for these, for honestly both teams. Either ADC, if they get ahead, they're going to be kind of a menace here. So honestly, with an Ornn, I would be playing it safe. Yeah, we might see Hero falling behind again, but if you can get this Kai'Sa ahead, that could mean the whole world of difference. Same goes if you get the Vayne ahead. It is going to be very scary to deal with those two ADCs, but we're going to have to see how it all unfolds, folks, when we hop onto the Rift. So we're going to be right back in a few moments after our break, but make sure to stick around. Go to the bathroom, go get your snacks, go do whatever you got to do, because we're getting into game number 5. See you soon. Well, look where we're at now, ladies and gentlemen. It's game number 5. Holy moly, you heard the silver scrapes earlier, but now it all comes down to this. one of these teams' playoff dreams are going to be ending here in about, I don't know, average game out, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, whatever you want to call it. But I think this one's going to be the spiciest one we have on deck for tonight, as a lot of heavy hitters across the board. We are getting a little bit of spice with the Graves top and High Reef back on his Ziggs. He has found very, very, very successful lanes so far. Very good team fights and a lot of great pokes so far. But like I was telling you, Overcomer, loading into this one, the champs I have my eyes on, Viego, Silas, and Kaisa, all extremely big, heavy hitter champions in this game. Gonna have to be respecting that damage in this one. So I think this one's gonna come down to team play, communication, and proactivity. Again, a lot of those things that set these teams ahead is playing their style of game. And we've seen Chimeras pull it back into their favor the past two, but who knows where this one's gonna go.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about heavy hitters, but I mean, you have Vayne, you have you have Graves, even the Nocturne. Like, there's kind of those heavy hitters on both sides, and I think Chimera definitely have a lot more of those early game heavy hitters. Graves having a pretty favorable matchup top lane, as well as that, Nocturne getting that ultimate, once he hits that level 6, he is able to look for those solo kills and look for those dives from basically anywhere on that map. And so he'll definitely have, if Chimera can play to their strengths and play to their early to mid game side, then I think that this bot lane will definitely have a much safer time getting that Vayne ahead and trying to scale that.
Absolutely. And Insanity actually brings up another point that I was talking about in draft about the Silas having the ult, having the Cosmic Radiance stolen from Taric, and on a much lower cooldown than what the Taric is able to do. I think is going to be huge for Mint this game. There are a couple of really good ults that they can take. The Paranoia can be really good for engage if they so choose for that. The Ziggs Bomb can be really good around these dragon fights, but I think the Cosmic Radiance is the one that stands out to me. Just having that survivability on top of all the damage that's coming out here is really, really going to be good for Mint here, so I really want to see them utilizing that. So we might have a couple parties in this bot lane if Killua ends up looking for Wolven's ulti there. But so far, we're just having some trades, a little bit of farming going on. Nothing too crazy to start this one off. I say that though, but Death Sentence is going to go just a little bit wide there. Daydream looking for it, not quite able to find it. As, okay, Hero 39 dealing some good damage to this Graves. Always forget, Overcomer, that Ornn is the assassin, tank, bruiser, burst, he's got everything. He does everything, but nice little Death Sentence here. Gonna get the play onto 2, looking for the Taric stun, but no. 240B, cutting it back on out, and Karthik has shown up for this fight. Wolven gonna be forced to flash away, but can they find it? Exhaust coming down into Ryan. That will be the flash as well, too. So 3 summoners actually gonna be exchanged for that little bit of action down there. Both off of Ryan's, and Wolven's flash is also gonna be gone as well. So overall, you take those and you look to just repeat that in the next, well, before the flashes are back in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah. But I mean, you also do have dragons spawning in 1 minute, which means that Chimera is now looking at both bot laners not having their flash available for this upcoming dragon fight, whereas Mint has all their flashes available in both TPs. So in the long run, Mint has more summons available.
That was a nice Death Sentence too. Just a side note, while we have a little bit of time to talk here, we just cracked 1,600 followers on Twitch, so that's pretty pog, guys. Thank you so much for being here tonight and supporting the channel. I really appreciate all you guys being here, participating in all my little polls and predictions. So makes my heart happy to see the Legends channel growing the way it is. But anyways, back to the game here.
Back into the action,
Back into the action here. But again, a little bit of trade going on in this top half of the map. We do have some low mana bars here, and we do have Cup also roaming up towards this top half of the map. So Hero just needs to be prepared for that potential roam. Almost a
I
touch
mean,
there.
it does look like they're doing a little bit of vertical jungling. You do see the blue wards in that blue side, the bot blue side, whereas you have the red ward top blue side. So it does definitely look like, Nocturne's playing more on that top half of the
Look at
map.
the bot half, though. That was the hook coming through, followed up by the Terror stun. Will be answered back, and they will stay alive. Child Hater, though, takes the turret shot up top. We're going to have to bounce these cameras around because don't know where this one's going to go. Wolven gets extremely low there, and there is no heal. So if that fight went on any longer, that could have been very dangerous for Chimeras. But let's see. This is honestly extremely close, but they will catch Karthik out on a ward coming up towards this top half of the map, so Child Hater will know to back on off, respect the potential gank coming in. But so far, this might be the longest time in tonight's series that we have not seen First Blood, so still just being patient here.
I believe, I do think this is the longest we have seen without First Blood, but was it game 3? I think First Blood was probably around 5 minutes.
Yeah, that was a little bit longer.
But yeah, this is both teams kind of erring on the side of caution and not wanting to be the team to give up that advantage to the other. But you can also see just from straight CS differences though, while there is no kills being handed over, Chimeras are actually sitting at about a 300 gold lead just from those CS differences across the board.
Yep, we're going to start seeing a few question mark pings around this Dragon too, as neither team is starting this one up as early as we saw last time. Chimeras were definitely all over these Dragons in game number 4. Really stepped up to the plate to, make those happen, make those Dragon picks happen. So we'll see if, well, compared to last game, we have not seen quite the focus there, but with a Cloud Drake on the map first, not usually the most enticing one, but it does mean it won't be a Cloud Soul, so hopefully he's going to be seeing something a little bit spicier this game. I'm hoping for that Infernal Overcomer.
I mean, what a way to end it, to end the night too. You have the Infernal Soul to get these teams. Like, every soul we've had tonight has been a good soul for the team that's picked it up. And now we have 2 teams with late game scaling marksmen such as a Vayne and a Kaisa. So if it does happen to be that Fire Soul that you want so badly, both teams will be coveting it. And it'll kind of be the primary focus across the board.
First drag is going to get picked up here by Mint, and I'm seeing a lot of debate in Twitch chat right now, but I really like what Jay Poner put down, and I'm going to come back to that in a second right now, as we do have a little bit of a trade going on between these bot laners. Death sentence will be found. The tumble will not take it away. Exhaust coming down as well too, but condemn away. Ryan will keep 240B at Bay for now. 240B at B for now, but no. Oh, the flash away from the Tarek stun. One more auto will do it, but it's going to be the killer instinct to get to the back of that Vayne. First blood picked up here for Mint. They're trying to trade in with Wolven as well too. Can they find it? Yes, they can. It's a double kill for the Kaisa. This is exactly what I was talking about in Draft Overcomer. If you want kills going down, you want them on the Kaisa. A fed Kaisa ahead in the early game can be such a pain to deal with as the game proceeds. So that's really great stuff to see from Mint, but we are going to see the Herald started up here by Cup twice, so at least looking to trade something out on the other side of the map.
And one thing I was just actually looking at too is not only does that Kaisa now have a 2 kill lead on this Vayne, you're also looking at almost double the CS, as you have about just under 30 CS lead there in the bot lane as well. So that is going to be a very scary Kaisa. As you can see, she actually has all 3 components towards that mythic, and so she will have an extremely early mythic, as we're approaching the 10-minute mark, and she's roughly 600 gold off her mythic.
But honestly, when it comes down to this, we'll do our best to analyze and break down this game as it goes. But I think the best thing to do is, we'll watch this game play itself through and see how it goes. That's the point I was bringing up to about what Jay Poner said there in chat. Just like, let's let the game answer itself. Let's see how this one unfolds, because, we have seen things switch in an instant here. How fast tempo can change hands in these games, in these playoff series. Is Overcomer? Did you get a pause there too? Okay, so
interesting little pause there, but
interesting. Well, as long as we leave it, it should resolve itself. There we go, and you should be on pause as well. But in the mid lane, we do see the paranoia coming on through. The bomb will not land, but they're going for Killua. Cup twice, gonna pick up the kill there on that Silas. So really getting in the face of them as 240B maybe on the chase right now. Maybe looking a little bit too overzealous here as Karthik maybe looking to trade in with High Reef here. Killer Instinct coming on in as well too. Satchel trying to bounce him out, but 240B picks up yet another kill. 3 of kills for Mint. All 3 are on the Kai'Sa. This is what you want to keep doing. So really great job by Mint. Even though they do lose Killua there, you're still putting gold on Kai'Sa.
Yeah, and I know this is actually something I had kind of mentioned in draft too, but you know, 240B had already kind of established as that roamer, you know, being on that support role. He was still kind of being across the map everywhere, and we're already seeing that on his Kai'Sa. You know, he was giving up that bot wave to go mid, and he's getting these kills basically across the map, just as we saw him do on the Pantheon. Only this time now he's on a late game carry.
You're going to see the Herald actually spawned up in this bot side right now. It will get the charge off. No, the Flay will not stop it. But it immediately gets taken down, so it's only going to be a couple plates of gold going on over to Chimeras right now. You do have Child Hater taking also a couple plates of gold up in this top half of the map, so a little bit of gold influx here for Chimeras. Going to be taking back, well, evening out that gold lead that Mint had created for themselves. So we see, take a look at your scoreboards. It's only about 100 gold that separate these two teams. So it's really, I would say, even in the gold department, but we got to take a look at where that gold is actually allocated across the board here. A lot of it being on that Kai'Sa, but keep your eyes peeled on this top half of the map. Karthik has shown up for a little bit of damage here, at least trying for something. That knock-up is not going to come through. So Mint will have to disengage off of that one as High Reef does come in to support his top laner getting out. But
Yeah.
nothing found.
And I mean, as much as an advantage as it is funneling all their gold into Kai'Sa, you know, Mint will have to be careful, because if this Kai'Sa gets picked off in a team fight, the amount of damage they will be lacking will be a significant notice, I guess is the right word, as you know, you have a near tied gold for both teams, and yet while Chimeras have their gold spread across their board and kind of across all 5 of their champions, you have all that gold funneled in Kai'Sa, and so the moment Kai'Sa is taken out of a fight, you know, you have a significant advantage over Mint, and that's going to be kind of their goal going into these fights, is how fast can we kill this Kai'Sa.
Yeah, the look was just stolen. Cosmic Radiance is being carried right now by Killua. And this Ocean Drake is on the map, so it's going to get started up here by Mint, and Chimeras do not want to take the risk. They do not want to go in there knowing that the ulti is available from Killua. So, second dragon is going to go over, and Overcomer, we predicted it way back before this game even started. It's an Infernal Soul, however, trying to find something in this mid lane. Woven is going to get hooked. A little bit of damage coming down onto him, but not enough follow-up to clean it up. However, I wanted an Infernal. We're going to see the Infernal. Now we're going to see an ADC fight. As 240B finding some good damage onto Ryan there, but Paranoia coming down towards his bot side. Kai'Sa trying to make it out. Will get out of the grasp of that Nocturne, but Spell Shield going to block away that death sentence. So everybody lives for now, but you still got numbers coming in from the Chimera's Daydream. Hopefully she has that Lantern on up and ready and available. No, Mint actually trying to bait it on in. TP is going to be coming down right now for Killua. That's going to be the Void Seeker landing onto Ryan, but will they go for it? That will be the Cosmic Radiance even being popped too. That's another Cosmic Radiance, but Wolven's taken down before it can fully channel onto him. Cup is going to take it, but look at the resets coming in from Karthik. 2 taken down. He's trying to find a third. Oh my goodness. Mint flip it back around onto the heads of Chimeras. They should be able to even look for this bottom tier 1 as well too, giving themselves first turret while Hero goes ahead and pushes on the top. So really well played by Mint there.
Yeah, and while all that fight broke down bot lane, you know, Hero also found himself the solo kill lane. Doing an extremely good job fighting back against Child Hater and using that to finish off the kill on Child Hater, which is giving him a little bit of lane priority back, and it's going to help him kind of come back a little bit as he has kind of a free lane until Child Hater arrives to get some extra CS.
And I'm Remember the point I made about the Vayne a couple games ago about, every kill you get, every little bit of gold you get, it's just shaving off time from that 30-minute mark where, on average, that's where the Vaynes start to become that extreme late games threat. Finish off the red buff. Anyways, this is the opposite issue, is the more you fall behind, the longer that timer gets right now. And the CS disparity between these ADCs is absolutely astronomical at this point. You can even look at the gold right now. Kai'Sa almost up. Well, 2.2k gold over the Vayne right now, so that's almost a full item that 240B is going to be up. We do see the tower taken top, but it is going to be the Paranoia used mid as Killua makes his way out of the range of the Mega Inferno. Bomb stays alive for now. Nobody will die quite yet, but like I said, tower taken there by Child Hater, able to pick off the top tier 1 while that was all going down. And we will have these teams dissipate from their mid lane shenanigans, but I think we're lining up for something big here. That 16-minute mark being crossed here. Next Infernal, well, first Infernal of this game is going to be up in 2 minutes here, but Infernal in a game where you have so much damage on either side can make the world of difference. And Mint already being up 2 dragons is going to make this that much harder for Chimeras.
Yeah. I mean, one thing that Mint will have to keep in mind, as well as it's going to be Chimera's goal.
Herald is going to be secured by Chimeras, but someone's got to pick up the eye, as it will be Cup taken on down. 240B looking for the kills here. A lot of damage coming through from High Reef as well, too. Death Sentence will not land, but they're chasing after Child Hater there. Will he be able to make it through the Blast Cone? Yes, he makes it over to safety, but High Reef seems to be the next target here, as the camera's doing all sorts of funky stuff here. Totally self-inflicted, by the way. But
Nobody picked up Herald.
Nobody picked up Herald there, and Cup was taken down. So Mint going to be sieging onto this mid tower right now, looking for the hook as well too. Will land, but there are some times there where you have to be patient and not take the cues, even though they're so tempting to do that.
I agree. It's really tempting.
But Daydream finds a beautiful death sentence onto Ryan there for 240B to clean it on up. That is the type of thresh hook I'm talking about there. Just enough to get it into range for your team to clean it up. That's just chef's kiss. Gorgeous stuff.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be something. I don't really know why, Chimeras are playing a little too aggressive under their tower, and you're against a Thresh who, like, the whole point of a Thresh is to separate and to throw these hooks. And now, as Vayne, you're looking for these trades. It's like you don't have the advantage yet. You're sitting on just over 1 item, and now you're trying to walk up to the very edge of your tower range to begin with. Just because you have a tumble doesn't mean that you're going to avoid these Thresh hooks. And, once you get punished for it, you're going to have to learn your mistake the hard way.
Speaking of getting punished, Paranoia comes through, but it's just not going to be going anywhere, as Cup gets pincered off by these members of Mint, closing into this Infernal Drake. Now have the advantage, and going to look to put themselves a soul point with this Infernal being just absolutely shredded down right now. So much damage coming through. High Reef, though. Good try for the steal, but unfortunately not going to be happening. See the Void Seeker coming out. Look at 240B, though, going in with the Killer Instinct. Tarek's stun not going to be able to be found. The Cosmic Radiance coming down as well, too, but a nice Lantern to get that Kai'Sa out of here. However, Ryan's still on the hunt right now, or at least popping the final hour, looking for it. Tarek not going to be able to find that bind. Mint maybe in a little bit of trouble. They got to disengage. Yeah, that's a beautiful Thresh hook, but nobody's going to want that. You can see the health bars quite low on Mint, but what they're going for is those little picks. That Dragon as well, too. Next 5 minutes, well, 4.5 minutes, we're going to see that next Infernal up and see if they can go for it. But this mid-tier 1 is going down quite fast. Reef, what do you do? That satchel wasn't even on the tower, buddy. Oh, but Daydream is in some major trouble. That stopwatch is going to be coming through huge. Hero with the double knock up there, but can Karthik follow up with any of the damage? Killua not too far along, but the flash over there. He's going to use the Heartbreaker to get on out Daydream, though. There to try and back him on up. We do have this fight still continuing in the mid lane. Woven is taking low. Hero also flashing the same way as Karthik, as Death Sentence coming down onto Cup. We're going to zoom in a little bit as well, too. Mint, again, with extremely low health bars. Somehow, everybody manages to stay alive there. My goodness. Well, everyone except for Ryan. But
And I mean, Mint does have the slight advantage, getting that Ocean Dragon healing at all times. Definitely helps them a little bit in these team fights as they're escaping low health bars time and time again. But it also does go to show that the longer that this game goes, the more damage Chimeras will be able to put out, and those health bar escapes will start dwindling less and less to the point where, those will start turning into kills, and then this game can just as easily swing back. And while it's a 10-1 on the scoreboard with the 3 dragons, it's still sitting at only a 2k gold lead for Mint. So the 9 kill difference and the 3 dragons isn't really outputting to too much overall.
A lot of summoners used in that last fight too. Flashes for days, if you want to call it that. All of
I
Mint
agree
used theirs. The only person with flash that's going to be available is Cup twice in about 10 seconds. That flash should be back up and ready for them, but everyone is looking a little rough in terms of summoner spells across the board right now. As we do have to keep an eye on this bot lane. They are sending potential numbers down here as you do have Cup twice lurking around the bot half of the map, waiting for that, but a lot of damage coming out from this Mint squad in the mid lane right now. A 1-3-1 that they're running with right now, but the Paranoia is going to be coming down too. The Everfrost will not land. Mega Inferno Bomb will come down. Killua trying to stay alive right now, but Cup will be there to clean it up. And Mint not really responding except with Hero still pushing away on this tier 1 top. So, I mean, in those instances when they do end up going for your solo lane, you gotta be looking to push that advantage somewhere else on the map. And don't see that right now for Mint. So I am gonna raise a few concerns here because this game does seem to be slowing down, which is in the favor of Chimeras. They do not want this game going as fast as it has been in the past 20 minutes.
Yeah, and even with the ability for Mint to take away that Cosmic Radiance, the effectiveness of a Taric still significantly gets longer. With his charges on that healing, increasing the strength, getting that shielding out. As a champion, you don't want the game to go late because Taric will kind of take over a game. Even if you're like, oh, it's just a Taric, we can do this, we can do that. One good heal is all it takes. Now the Fed Vein or now the late game carries to survive, and then at that point it's like, oh, we should have taken them out, but it's too late.
Oh boy, what a series we have had on our hands too. I'm seeing a couple people come back in the chat too, but we're gonna have to hold that thought as in goes the Kai'Sa with the killer instinct will eviscerate High Reef off the map, and the Lantern comes through. However, Cup twice will get a huge shutdown on the Kai'Sa. 1,000 gold going on over to that Nocturne. My goodness, this is getting a little spicy here, and with Dragon up in 35 seconds. This is going to be massive if Mint can take over this one with an Infernal Soul at 23.5 minutes. Again, one of our earlier ones, but Woven actually getting caught out right here, stepping where he does not want to be. Cosmic Radiance will come down just in time. They stay alive for now, but that's going to be the big Ornhorn being used. Knocks one up. Ryan on the back line, but you see Karthik real refocus on to this Nocturne. Gets the reset as well too. Hero 39 being the absolute monster shield that he can't be. Heartbreaker going down on Child Hater as well too. Mint gonna find the kills, gonna find all the kills that they could possibly need. A double picked up for Karthik. Whoever said earlier that Karthik doesn't play Viego, well, reassess yourself because he's just doing some crazy stuff out here. And with that, it will be this Infernal started up. It'll have to be a Miracle Steal from High Reef with his ulti if they're gonna go for it, but there's no smite. There's no smite, but it's still secured by Hero. The Ornn takes this freaking Infernal with 38 health, even with a Comet coming down on it as well too. So it comes very close to being stolen away, but not quite. And now Baron gonna be started up as well too. Mint looking to secure the big purple worm, as this will just only bolster their pushing efforts here. And you look at that scoreboard here, even though things were very even in gold not too long ago, you see it extend to almost 4.5k, 15 kills to 3. The Infernal Soul secured as well too. What was looking like a good back and forth here, Mint definitely have put themselves in a huge, massive swing of tempo. So let's see what they can get done with it, Overcomer.
Yeah, and I mean, right before this fight, they did kind of get caught in that comfort zone again. It was 10-1, and then it was 11-3. Like, as far behind as they were, Chimeras were able to find a couple picks here. But when it came to that fight, Wolven got caught out initially, and that was a great collapse from Mint, and they knew what they wanted and they took it. And as close as that dragon came, to secure that Infernal Soul on a game that's the most important for the Infernal Soul to be taken for them.
Oh no!
But
You can't face check bushes. You just can't do it. This is at this point in the game when you know there's this much
Yeah.
damage. At any point in the game, you cannot be face checking like this by yourself, not having any vision in your jungle except one blue ward by the Baron right outside the Baron pit.
yeah, it's just kind of self-explanatory, and it just kind of goes to show too, like it's part of that comfort zone where, although you're in the losing state, you're like, that you can come back from a game and I'm in my own jungle, nothing could go wrong. But you're against a team that has proven time and time again that they are not willing, or they are willing to chase into enemy jungle with or without vision. And now that they're even more so willing to fight. So you cannot just, I'm safe, I'm in my own jungle.
Yep. Right now, though, it's looking like it's an attempted siege onto this top half of the map, but quite good wave clear coming from Mint. However, look at Child Hater on the bot half of the map. Able to take down the tier 1 and tier 2 turret, which means Killua is going back to answer that. There is the TP to join this fight if they so choose. 240B is stepping up. Nice lantern, though, from Daydream to get him back to safety, and that top inhibitor turret will go down. No more pushing going to be happening on this bot half, but it's a nice use of this Baron so far. It will be running out, I believe, in 4, 3, 2, 1, and it's not gone. No, it's on for another 30 seconds. I totally lied to you guys. Anyways, mid tier 2 also going to go down, utilizing this Baron buff quite nicely, as Killua is still on the hunt, trying to keep Child Hater away from any more pushing. But he's going to go ahead and regroup with his team. We do have that Elder buff, the Elder Drake up in 2 minutes 40 seconds. So we're going to see a bunch of resets coming through here from the side of Mint, as now I believe, yes, once it hits the 3-minute mark there, that's when the Baron buff is timed out. But made very good use of it, cracked open the base of Chimeras, took the mid tier 2 as well too. It's just going to give them even more map pressure over here. But I don't think this is something we have talked enough about tonight, Overcomer, which is the vision control, which I don't see it often enough being fought over. Contesting wards, contesting vision, because you see how important it is right now at this stage in the game where you cannot think anywhere is safe unless you have complete ward coverage over that section of your jungle. You just cannot afford at this point in the game to be giving up a kill, because one kill, honestly, you saw what Mint did with one kill there. They pushed in, got 2 turrets. They're going to take even more if you allow them to do something like that again, but they are sieging onto this tier 2 bot turret. Again, don't think anyone's going to be able to answer this one. That's just going to get melted away here too. Mint continues to pad their wallets, as it is a 6k gold lead, 7 turrets to 4. Using that Infernal Soul, they're going to go ahead and actually push into this bot inhibitor turret. Nice death sentence comes out, lands onto the graves, but not going to be the follow-up into that. Still a little too risky to be going head first under a tower.
Yeah, and Mint is definitely showing back a little bit to what we saw in game 1, where they're roaming, they're grouping as a team, and they're kind of they're not stopping and any of their action. You're like, okay, what can we do next? Okay, we took this tower. What's the next tower we can take? What's the next objective? And they're kind of just constantly asking themselves, where can they push an advantage? Where can they find another kill? And it's definitely showed that, they kind of let 2 games slide when they probably, like game 3, they could have just as easily won that game as they lost it. And then game 4, we saw Chimera kind of show off their strengths. But now you're going back to this game 5, which is almost showing a repeat of game 1, and it's definitely just proving how much an active. It's showing how much being a proactive team and looking for those objectives and trying to deny the objectives from the team as much as possible, and how much gold can you starve off of these champions to keep them behind, because that they scale so well into the late game.
Good point was brought up by the chat, though. You know, as this game goes on, if it extends to that 35-minute mark, things become a lot more 50-50 once everybody has their builds level 18. So let's see how it's going to go, because Elder is on the map. That hook is going to be found. Daydream's actually going to go into this, looking for the Cosmic Radiance, though, from Wolven, as the Ornhorn will come through to try and delay. Daydream will flash on back, but the Elder's going to be after her right now. Mint looking for this fight. Wolven's going to go down. 240 B's finding the kills. The Paranoia is going to be popped as well, too. And in the back line, Cup is able to take down one, but will Mint be able to clean this one up? This is getting a little risky. Now we're down to the 2v2. Karthik with the resets. Cup is still on this Viego, but it's a triple kill for Karthik. Taking down multiple members here. Heartbreak over the wall. The flash from High Reef, but following on up with his own. Karthik is here. Will it be the Quadra, or will Hero steal it away? It will be. The Ace comes on in as well, too. And it's a Quadra kill picked up for Karthik. 8-0-7 on this Viego. Death timers are pretty high, but Ryan is going to be up soon. Same with Wolven, so Hero maybe not utilizing that TP to the best of his abilities, but this Elder Drake is getting started up right now, and I think it might have been a best choice to just stick around with Karthik and help him take that. But
Yeah, I mean, the thought was there, you know, get that early inhib to help kind of push that pressure on the map. But, you know, you're also kind of sitting at a comfortable enough spot. I know we've kind of talked about being caught in the comfort zone, but there is also, you get to a point where you can kind of get away with doing a play like that, and you're not overly heavily punished for it because you're so far ahead that you can kind of just be like, okay, you do this, I'll try this, and if it doesn't work, then oh well.
yeah, basically just stat checking, but you can only get away with that for so long in a game. However, Elder Dragon picked up here by Mint. They're going to force this Baron as well, too, and say, go ahead, Chimeras, come and fight us for this. You just can't. Infernal, Elder, Baron, Mint have everything in their toolbox right now to finish this game off. So I really, if Mint want to take it home right now, they can absolutely go for it. If this is your time right now, this is your window to say, okay, we have the power to take a team fight, to force a team fight. And what are Chimeras going to do here?
And another thing too is that, you know, you have the Orange items coming in now. All of Mint has an upgraded Mythic at this point, which means that the amount of bonus stats that Mint has received from the Orange passive as well is also putting them that much farther ahead. So while it only looks like it's just under a 9k gold lead, it's actually, you're sitting almost at probably a 12 or 13k gold lead in terms of the bonus stats they're receiving from those Mythic upgrades.
Absolutely. Just saw the Ziggs ult stolen away there by Killua, so the Mega Inferno Bomb getting hijacked here. Let's see if they can put it to good use. Honestly, in a team fight. Oh my god! Oh, why is that Void Seeker doing so much? Paranoia is actually going to be popped. Trying to find the fight out here is, for some reason, trying to go on to Hero as the Spell Shield will come out to try and block the attempted death sentence there. But Mint, all they gotta do now is walk these waves on in with the super minions and look to end this one out. Those Void Seekers are doing so much damage, but can they find the end here? Chimeras holding on as best as they can, but will they be able to deal with these super minions on their base? That's gonna be the death sentence coming on down. The bomb does not find anybody there. Reef is gonna be altless for a little bit here, but Chimera's doing quite a good job of clearing these waves. Death sentence not going to land on that one. But this is really good wave clear by Chimeras. They're holding on so well. This Elder is actually ticking down as well too. So they will not, Mint will not have the Elder for this next fight if it breaks out in, well, 7 seconds. But these Nexus turrets are getting quite low. You can see the death sentence coming through. Will land on a Wolven. Will this be the force of the fight? Cosmic Radiance actually going to be popped, and 240B looking to go on the back with that Killer Instinct, but we see the Ornhorn being popped. Is it just to delay? Mint will take down one Nexus turret. The death sentence coming on down. LBK and Chimeras looking to hold on to this one. Nexus is getting low. Can they do it? Big knockup from Hero 39, but Mint is getting low. Mint is actually going to be turning it back around. It's coming so close to this one. High Reef is taken down by Karthik. It's another triple kill for the Viego, but it's only, oh my god, they hold on. They hold on. Triple kill for Ryan, but no! Oh my god, I take it all back! The minions finish it off! Mint! Mint take the win home via minions!
Oh my.
Oh my
And I mean, you get the ace, but at what cost? And the minions unfortunately end out that game there. That's
Oh, I think I just had a heart attack. I think I just had a freaking heart attack. That was so close. So close to Chimera's holding on. They even get the ace, like you said, but in the end, that wave coming in was just too big to deal with and unfortunately not able to clear it out in time. Oh my god, what a series we got tonight. But Mint, in the end, they are going to be the winners. They take it home 3-2 and are going to be going to semifinals next week. That, just absolute insanity in that last game. Look at the damage, though, from High Reef. Look at this Zig. Consistently throughout tonight, once High Reef had switched to mid and was playing the Zigs, he has been one of the top, if not the top damage leader throughout the entire night. So I do got to give props to Reef for being so good on the Zigs. But Karthik comes in huge this game. Again, I saw someone comment, Karthik doesn't play Viego. BS. I call
an 18 KDA.
BS
at the
on
end
that.
Of the game.
This Viego was absolutely nuts in these late game team fights. Just popped off, finding the kills exactly where they needed to be. I mean, we look at the Kaisa as well too. Got a bit of a lead in these early games, which just allowed that damage to come through so much more efficiently. But I think the definite star of this one for Mint would be that Viego, would be Karthik. So huge shout out to him coming through with those big kills on the Viego. But that does round out our games, which means we have one final player of the game poll up and available in chat, guys. So make sure to get those votes in, and we'll be right back on the desk to round out the stream for the night. But Mint taking it home 3-2. We'll see you in just a few short moments. Oh, catch my breath, lads. Oh my god. Ooh-wee-woo. 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 Hey, how's it going, everybody? I knew I was on camera. Don't worry. I'm giving you guys a show. Anyways, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the conclusion of our stream tonight. We got our final player of the game, and I think this is much deserved. Karthik 002 on his Viego, going 11-1-7. That last death not coming until the final Nexus push. Absolutely cracked. Cracked! What else can I say? The man was crazy, but I do gotta give a huge shout out to these members of LPK Chimeras. You know, coming in as that 6th seed against a team like Mint, you know, not a lot of favor was in their court, but they come back in game 4. Or they come back in game 3. They bring it back to a game 4, and my God, we go all the way to game 5. So I do got to give a huge shout out to our Chimera players for bringing us all the way to our final game 5 tonight. So huge shout out to them. Very well played, but in the end, it's Mint who take it all home tonight, and they're going to be going against Real Fighting Gaming, RFG, next week in quarterfinals. But that was such an incredible series to watch. I had such a blast getting to cast that one. Overcomer, thoughts about this series, buddy?
I mean, action back and forth and action back and forth. I mean, like, it's one thing we expect these games to kind of be a high action game series throughout the entire split, but then you get to playoffs and it's just they pull out plays and like we saw Mint, you know, they were almost always grouped as 5 in the enemy jungle the majority of those games, and they're just looking for action, looking for fights. And so well played to both teams, but you know, it's the proactive team at the end of the day that manages to get those objectives, to secure those victories.
Yep, that Infernal Drake coming in on top of an Elder, on top of a Baron, made it pretty hard. But still, that game was so close, man. Chimeras found the ace on the Nexus push, and unfortunately, you know, the amount of damage that they did and those last remaining minions that came in, unfortunately, that's the way sometimes it do be, and that's the way she goes tonight. But definitely I gotta commend these Chimera players. Once I know I'm doing it a lot, but thank you guys so much for coming out the split and competing in the LAS Premade. We hope to see you back again next split too, but it will be Mint moving on next week against RFG. I think we've said it all, Overcomer. Really great stuff from both sides. Some really stand-out players tonight, and this guy up here, you know, keep an eye out for him. That's all I'll say. Anyways, guys, that is going to round out our stream tonight. So I just got to give you guys all a huge thank you for being here tonight, supporting the stream. I think we cracked like 61 people in here tonight, which is pretty pog, if I do say so myself. We also cracked 1,600 followers, as I mentioned sometime in the stream too, which is major pog. So thank you guys so much for always tuning in and supporting the stream here. Try to bring you guys the best I can here at Legends. So I hope you guys are all enjoying the streams we bring to you here at Legends. But we got more playoffs. It's actually playoffs every night this week, and tomorrow night is no exception as we move into semifinals for LRS Premade. We're going to have our lovely production crew of Salt Spreader himself here as our streamer, host, analyst extraordinaire, and along with Jackson, aka Shogun DHS, and Dream, Big Daddy Dream, coming in to be our caster. So make sure to tune in tomorrow night. Give our production crew a shout out and a little bit of love like you did for me and Overcomer tonight. So that'll be it from us tonight. Make sure to tune in tomorrow. Just a heads up, the stream will be starting at, games will be starting at 8:15 p.m. EST. They've been pushed back a little bit, but Rodham versus Glaive is also going to be the opposite side of the bracket. They are going to be streaming their series also over on Middlesticks GG, so make sure to go ahead and give them a follow. Go check them out tomorrow night. And if you got dual monitors, flip them on both, because then you get to watch 2 Legends stream at once. That's Pog. And with that, we're going to be signing out. That's it from us tonight, guys. Hope you're all having a wonderful evening. Take care. Hope you're all staying safe and healthy. Until next time, Garf out. Bye.